τίποτα, ξεκινάει η ροή. Χθες ήταν η πέτρα που σκάλισε τον χώρο και έμεινε στον χρόνο. Σήμερα είναι το σώμα που έχει μέσα του τον κόσμο. Αύριο θα είναι η φύση που δίνει ζωή στη ζωή. Ροή είναι η συνεχής γραμμή που ενώνει το παρελθόν, το παρόν και το μέλλον. Και είναι στο χέρι μας να τη διατηρήσουμε. Βίκος. Δύναμή μας, η ροή μας.
You want to just follow like the climber in front of you, or do you really want to create your own path?
Από το τίποτα ξεκινάει η ροή. Χθες ήταν η πέτρα που σκάλισε τον χώρο και έμεινε στον χρόνο. Σήμερα είναι το σώμα που έχει μέσα του τον κόσμο. Αύριο θα είναι η φύση που δίνει ζωή στη ζωή. Ροή είναι η συνεχής γραμμή που ενώνει το παρελθόν, το παρόν και το μέλλον. Και είναι στο χέρι μας να τη διατηρήσουμε. Βίκος. Δύναμή μας, η ροή μας.
You want to just follow like the climber in front of you, or do you really want to create your own path?
What you
Απ' το τίποτα ξεκινάει η ροή. Χθες ήταν η πέτρα που σκάλισε τον χώρο και έμεινε στον χρόνο. Σήμερα είναι το σώμα που έχει μέσα του τον κόσμο. Αύριο θα είναι η φύση που δίνει ζωή στη ζωή. Ροή είναι η συνεχής γραμμή που ενώνει το παρελθόν, το παρόν και το μέλλον. Και είναι στο χέρι μας να τη διατηρήσουμε. Βίκος. Δύναμή μας, η ροή μας.
You want to just follow like the climber in front of you, or do you really want to create your own path?
Απ' το τίποτα ξεκινάει η ροή. Χθες ήταν η πέτρα που σκάλισε τον χώρο και έμεινε στον χρόνο. Σήμερα είναι το σώμα που έχει μέσα του τον κόσμο. Αύριο θα είναι η φύση που δίνει ζωή στη ζωή. Ροή είναι η συνεχής γραμμή που ενώνει το παρελθόν, το παρόν και το μέλλον. Και είναι στο χέρι μας να τη διατηρήσουμε. Βίκος. Δύναμή μας, η ροή μας.
just follow like the climber in front of you, or do you really want to create your own path?
Hello and welcome everyone. Thank you for joining us at the Frontrunners in Sports Management Conference 5.0, a conference which is organized by the Sports Management Program and the Sports Management Student Society of DIRI, the American College of Greece, with the Center of Excellence in Food, Tourism and Leisure, the American College of Greece, and the multi-award winner Active Media Group. Our first day, is dedicated to sports tourism. And during the 3 days of our conference, you will be able to follow us on our social media. So do not forget to follow the hashtag FrontRunners2023. Before we begin with the welcome speeches, I would like to say that this conference wouldn't have happened without the support of the following sponsors. Moto Dynamics supports the conference as a platinum sponsor. The North Face is the official outdoor partner. Vikos is the conference's bronze sponsor. The Sports Footprint is our sustainability partner. And Livon is the conference's digital platform partner. Of course, we have Apex Sports, BN Sports, Capital, IMEA, Gazeta Women, Insider, Tornos News, which are the communication sponsors, and the National Herald, Hellenic DNA, and Iphistos Vienne, which are the international communication sponsors. We will now wish to welcome on stage the Vice President for Academic Affairs, DIRI, the American College of Greece, Professor of Education and Philosophy, and Honorary Professor of Education, Macquarie University, Australia, Dr. Panos Vlachopoulos. Dr. Vlachopoulos, welcome on stage.
Well, hello everyone. I'd like to start by acknowledging the presence here of some esteemed guests, Mr. Mavrotas, the Secretary General of Sport at Ministry of Culture and Sports, but potentially, and most importantly, 5-time Olympian at the water polo athlete. We're really proud to have you here with us. Also, Mr. Zanias, the VP of the International Olympic Academy. Welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, other esteemed delegates, valued participants, I can see here in the audience also the young people that we need for this type of activities, our students. Welcome to the American College of Greece, here at the picturesque campus in Agia Paraskevi. Now, as we stand on the grounds of the oldest accredited American institution in Europe and the largest not-for-profit private organization of education in Greece, we take an extreme pride because this year is a very important year for us. We celebrate 100 years of continuous existence in Greece. As you know, we were founded in 1875 in Smyrna as a thriving college at the time for missionary women and nuns, a girls' school at the time. We were forced out of the tragic events of the 1923 to move to Elliniko, and since then we have all this beautiful trajectory of innovation, driving education, innovation, and sports in Greece. So we celebrate our 100 years this year, In approximately a year and a half, we're going to be celebrating 150 years of our existence, 1875. So we are very, very happy that we are hosting this event. Our commitment to excellence extends, of course, beyond the classroom activity that we do as a college. We have around, at the time, 4,500 undergraduate students in over 40 different majors. And we have students that are coming from across the globe. 65 different countries are represented here in our campus. More than 1,000 students from public Greek universities that they decide to study a parallel degree, a minor as we call it, in areas of interest, in areas of growth for the Greek economy and society, one of which is sports. And we also have students from the United States that increasingly are seeking a full-time degree here with us because of our reputation, but also because of the beautiful place that we have. Of course, you know, since September 2011, I have here the executive director of our athletic club, Mr. Prekromatis. The Diri College Athletic Club has been the driving force behind the Diri Sports Academy. Again, well known for a lot of winning championship across Greece. I know the swimming academy, it's one that I sent my son and my daughter to be part of. And the aim of that academy is not just to nurture high-level athletes, but primarily to cultivate citizens. Sports equals citizenship. Education equals citizenship. You can see how these things are bringing together. Speaking of excellence, and I hope students here will be a testament to that, we take also a great pride in our sports management major, led by stellar academics. Stella Livadi is here with us today, and other academics that we congratulate for this activity. The major extends a unique opportunity for students from diverse backgrounds. Keep in mind all the three types of students I mentioned earlier: Greek students, American students, students from the Middle East, across the globe. They come here and they study. And the campus, as you can witness yourselves, is an exceptional athletic campus, full of facilities. I look forward to hear more about what we can do to even extend our programs in sport and management, but also in other areas of sport. So I extend my best wishes to the organization. Thank you very much. To the students who are here today to hear, and to all of you, wish you the best of success. Just for the students, listen, ask questions, difficult questions. That's the only way that we can improve. And most importantly, take joy. Enjoy the next few days. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Vlachopoulos. So we will now watch a video message by the Minister of Tourism of the Greek government, Mrs. Olga Kefalogianni.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is a great pleasure to address this fifth gathering of front-runners in sports management, and a particular pleasure to welcome foreign delegates to Greece. I would like to congratulate the American College of Greece and Active Media for organizing this important event, and for bringing together professionals and experts from various domains associated with sports. This meeting provides an excellent opportunity to reflect on tourism and sports, two areas that mobilize hundreds of millions of people around the world. Sports tourism stands out as one of the fastest growing forms of tourism globally, accounting for approximately 10% of the world's expenditure. The World Tourism Organization states that this sector is projected to experience an impressive growth rate of more than 17% until 2030. It not only has temporary, but also long-term benefits for the economy, for employment, and the overall well-being of communities across the world. Greece, with its diverse landscapes and rich cultural backdrop, provides vast opportunities for sports enthusiasts. From exploring its scenic and historic routes on a bicycle to engaging in thrilling adventure sports and to hiking its breathtaking mountains, Greece caters to a wide range of interests. Moreover, Greece has always celebrated the power of sports and athletic competition by hosting major international sports events that have had an invaluable impact on this country's culture and have contributed to its economic and social well-being. Therefore, the Greek Ministry of Tourism actively supports events that have multiple benefits for local communities and contribute to the enrichment of our country's tourism offering. We envision Greece evolving into a hub for international sports events, attracting athletes and fans from around the world, and further establishing its position as a premier destination for sports enthusiasts. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, I would like to congratulate the organizers for their excellent work and wish every success to this conference. Thank you for your attention.
We would like to thank the Minister for her message, of course, and we will now pass to our live presence here. I would like to call the Secretary General of Sport, 4 times Olympian, as Dr. Vlachopoulos also mentioned, in water polo, Mr. George Mavrotas.
Actually, it was 5 times. So, good morning to everybody, and thank you very much for the invitation here in the beautiful premises of the Dury College. Sport is not only about medals, titles, cups. Sport is much more than this. It's a social platform, and while in the past it was mostly a tool of dominance and superiority for the nations, now it has become a platform, a tool for inclusion, for integration, for respect, for solidarity, and this is essentially the actual power of sport. As Nelson Mandela was saying about 20 years ago in his famous speech, sport has the power to change the world. Sport has to do with values, and talking about values, we must always keep in mind that we are in the place that is the birthplace of values-based sport, Greece, where all the Olympism and all the sport activities started about some 2000 plus years ago. And I think that as Greeks we have this heritage to convey this message to the world, to the global. Regarding the specific conference, I would like to say that sport is an issue of primary public interest, because sport has to do with, first of all, with the health of the citizens. It has to do with the values for the society and especially for the young generations. It has to do with the image of the country regarding the successes of the Greek athletes and the Greek teams abroad. And also, sport has to do with development. As we heard before from our Minister of Tourism, Greece has a significant advantage regarding sport tourism, a competitive advantage regarding sport tourism, because it has, let's say, the climate, it has the morphology, it has a unique sailing field, the Aegean or the Ionian Sea, and of course it has become the last years the place that everybody comes for the authentic marathon, or for visiting Olympia, Delphi, and other global landmarks from Greece. That's why I think that conference like this, especially the topic of sport tourism, is very important to be discussed and to be developed here in Greece, in Dury College. And in addition, I think that because sport is, let's say, a universal language, we have to exploit it a little bit more for all the social issues that we face in our modern societies. I wish all the best for the conference in these next days, and all the best for the students that are here with us. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mavrotas. It is truly an honor to have you here. So, we will now watch a video message from the President of the Greek National Tourism Organization, Mrs. Angela Gerekou.
Distinguished guests, by my capacity as President of the Greek National Tourism Organization, GNTO for short, I warmly greet the front runners in sport management 5.0 Sports Conference. I would also like to sincerely congratulate the American College of Greece and the Active Media Group for organizing this excellent event. The GNTO gave its auspices to this event as it has always been a great supporter of all major sporting events that have taken place in Greece. Ladies and gentlemen, our country, the birthland of the sports ideal, of the Olympic ideal, satisfies all the requirements needed for hosting top sporting events, but also high-level conferences of similar substance. And more than this, I can assure you that for a great sport event or a symposium, all you want is Greece. Because in Greece, sports tourism is not addressed in a niche market. Here, the excitement of the game is combined with a number of other authentic experiences, such as culture, nature activities, wellness and rejuvenation, city break, and of course, gastronomy. In Greece, sports go hand in hand with the Greek Mediterranean diet. Ladies and gentlemen, during the recent years, our strategy has been centered around sustainability. Sustainable Greece. That's also the name of the new GNTO's microsite that highlights the best practices and certified sustainable destinations in our country. In this context, we place particular emphasis on the promotion of sports tourism, as it is a pillar of a sustainable model of tourist development in our country. With these thoughts, I would like to congratulate all the organizers. Best of luck with your conference and have a beautiful stay in Greece, in Athens. Thank you.
To Mrs. Gerekou for her message. I would like now wish to call on stage the Vice President of the International Olympic Academy, member of the International Tennis Federation Olympic Committee, Mr. Spiros Zanias.
First of all, I would like to congratulate the organizers and the American College for these initiatives that you take every year. It's very useful for all the students and not only. But now I would like to thank you for the opportunity to present to you the mission and the role of the International Olympic Academy and its contribution to the dissemination of the cherished Olympic values. These values serve as an indispensable foundation for effective and human-centered sports management. I want to say that sports management is too close with the Olympic values, and I will explain why. The International Olympic Academy stands as a beacon of enlightenment, promoting the ideas and principles that transcend mere athleticism and embody the essence of unity, excellence, and fair play. The great importance of the place of ancient Olympia for contemporary Olympism was well recognized by Pierre de Coubertin and Vikelas. And it's also well known that Pierre Coubertin, he wished to convey the Olympic idea to the contemporary world as a means of education. As you said before, they go together. He therefore restored the Olympic Games, for he recognized the fact that through the Games he would be able to attract the interest of both public opinion and governments, so that the Olympic principles and ideals would eventually be applied to the general education of the young people. According to Coubertin, Olympism has a philosophical and educational dimension. He conceived the idea for reviving the Olympic Games as part of the global revival, using sport as a tool for the physical, ethical, and cultural education of generations of youth. Founded on the pillars of education and the dissemination of Olympic values, the International Olympic Academy has been instrumental in cultivating a global community devoted to promoting the ideological and educational dimension of the Olympic movement. Through its programs, seminars, and initiatives, the IOA provides knowledge and insights into the principles that underpin the Olympic movement. These values, respect, friendship, excellence, and fair play, extend far beyond the sports arena and should resonate deeply in the corridors of sports management. The integration of the Olympic values into sports is crucial. It acts as a guiding compass, steering the course of sporting events, organizations, and institutions towards integrity, inclusivity, and ethical leadership. The values fostered and promoted by the International Olympic Academy are the bedrock of effective sports management. The International Olympic Academy's tireless is the effort to instill these values and a testament to its commitment to shaping the future of sport. By equipping leaders, administrators, and practitioners with a deep understanding of these principles, the International Olympic Academy plays a pivotal role in shaping a sporting landscape guided by ethics, integrity, and a deep sense of social responsibility. Now let's consider the value of respect. In sports management, respect serves as a cornerstone, fostering an environment where athletes, coaches, officials, and stakeholders are valued for their contribution. It promotes inclusivity, acknowledging diversity of perspectives, cultures, and backgrounds. A culture of respect within sports management ensures that treatment cultivates trust and builds strong, collaborative relationships between all stakeholders. Next, excellence. As you said before, also the General Secretary, the medal, the Olympic medal, means something, but without, what is excellence? Is every day how you behave, how you act in your life from the morning till night. And this is the importance of excellence. So, the pursuit of excellence fosters a culture of continuous improvement and drives individuals and organizations to push their boundaries, thereby enhancing the overall sports management landscape. Friendship. A core Olympic value extends beyond the competitive arena. In sports management, fostering friendships and relationships between athletes, teams, and organizations cultivates a sense of camaraderie and collaboration. It encourages partnerships that transcend rivalry, leading to mutual support and shared success. Building strong networks based on friendship fosters a supportive environment that benefits everyone involved in the sports industry. Finally, the value of fair play is fundamental to ethical sports management. Adherence to the principles of fair play ensures that competitions are conducted with integrity, honesty, and sportsmanship. Fair play is not only about following the rules, but also about behaving ethically, respecting opponents, and embracing the spirit of fair competition. In conclusion, the International Olympic Academy is a cornerstone in the propagation of Olympic values, transcending borders and uniting individuals under the common ground of the Olympic movement. Its unwavering commitment to the dissemination of these values not only enriches the sporting world, but also shapes a future where sports management is synonymous with integrity, inclusivity, and excellence. Let us continue to uphold and promote these values, ensuring that they remain at the heart of sports management practices, so as to guide us towards a brighter and more ethically conscious future for sports worldwide. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Zanias. Before we begin with our sessions, don't forget to use the networking section of the conferences platform and connect with other professionals and executives of the industry. Also, before we begin with all speeches, you have the power to send your questions under the streaming of each speaker. So our social media team will collect any questions that come and will be given to the moderator. Our next session is coming soon, so stay tuned. Welcome back. So, we are here for our first session of the Frontrunners in Sports Management 5.0. The topic that we're going to discuss is a sports tourism research that will be presented by Dr. Evgenia Djoumaka, Assistant Professor, Marketing Sports Management, School of Business and Economics of the DIRI, the American College of Greece. Moderator of this session is Mr. Akis Solis, co-owner of Active Media Group, Sports Marketing Agency of the years 2019, 2020, 2022, as a member and member of Center of the Excellence in Food, Tourism and Leisure, DIRI, the American College of Greece.
Hello and welcome to Frontrunners in Sports Management 5.0. Thank you for being part and honestly supporting a conference that is happening for the 5th time and is trying its best in order to support our industry in sports and tourism. I would like to call on stage Dr. Evgenia Djoumaka to help us with the next session, which is sport tourism and research. Good morning.
Good evening for me.
Good evening. Yes, I see the sun, that's why, we are in Greece. So, Evgenia, the stage is yours.
Thank you so much, Akis. Hello, I'm very happy to be here again at Frontrunners in Sports Management, the 5th version. And I'm very happy to be discussing with you today the sports tourism new insights from new events upon which we have conducted quantitative primary data research. This is part of a long project that we have presented in previous years. We have been collaborating with Professor Stella Livadi on the aspect of sports tourism. This is a research that we have been conducting for the past 3 years, if I'm not mistaken, along with Active Media Group, and this is also funded by the Center of Excellence in Food, Tourism and Leisure. So allow me to show you the agenda for the day. So we will start first with some advancements in world tourism. We will see what has been happening in the Greek tourism, and of course we will be discussing the sports tourism industry. Then we will review 2 events, specifically Stichiman, Aegean Bowl Festival, and Santorini Experience, and we will be comparing data and insights with previous years' information. Finally, we will see some implications for the future, and hopefully the moderator will assist us in a fruitful conversation about sports tourism. What we have been seeing in the past years is that the setback caused by the pandemic in the sports industry is starting to rebound. Still, we have not reached the pre-pandemic levels. The increase in revenues and the flourishing of the industry in tourism has been very promising, but nonetheless, the tourism sector looks for resilience and new solutions. The challenges that we have been facing were global, but Greece, unfortunately, was not an exception to this rule. And we have experienced a tourism decline that created a loss of approximately 24 billion. So the COVID repercussions were particularly intense when it came to the output of tourism. This is exhibited both in terms of the arrivals. You can see the steep decline of arrivals and then some rebounding that hopefully will reach in 2023 the pre-pandemic levels. And of course, unfortunately, this has been exhibited also in terms of the expenditure. The overall spending, regardless if this was local or global or international, has been declined, thus creating losses for the Greek tourism industry. Fortunately, statistics show that the contribution of tourism has been increasing. This statistic that you see here has been much lower in the previous years. And what we have been discussing as a solution, as part of addressing what we in academic research say VUCA circumstances, volatile circumstances, uncertain circumstances, is the solution of sports tourism. When we are referring to sports tourism, what we do have in mind is any leisure-based travel activity that individuals engage in so that they will temporarily move away from their homes and they will seek to participate in sports activities or watch sports activities, physical activities, so that they will be able to enjoy. A part of sports tourism correlates also with venerating attractions associated with physical activities, sports museums, etc., etc. Two major forms of tourism are very well known to the practitioners, but also to academics. So we refer to the passive sports tourism. Passive sports tourism refers to spectating sports in any occasion without necessarily participating in those. And this accounts for 59% of the market share in the sports tourism industry. It makes some sense if we take into consideration mega events like the Olympic Games or football World Cups, etc., etc. But we also have active sports tourism, which refers to 41% of the market share in the relevant industry. Here we are again referring to the participants who will take on a holiday so that they will visit Ios and play beach volleyball, for example, which means that they will physically engage in the participation of sports. Prominent examples globally are what you're seeing also on the presentation: golf and skiing, popular winter sports, participating in organized events like the ones that we'll be discussing today, but also adventure tourism activities that are more of a leisure yet athletic nature. Sports events represent one major aspect of the sports tourism industry, and by definition, when we're discussing events, we are implying athletic activities, competitive in nature by default, that involve the skill or the physical prowess. The global sports event market is one of the promising ones. In 2021, rebounding from COVID, but also being an important aspect of getting back to our normal lives, the market was evaluated at approximately 185 billion. And it is projected to more than triple in the next 10 years. And the cumulative growth rate, the annual one, is assumed to reach 10.5%, which means for marketeers and sports managers in general that we look at opportunities. Sports event would not be discussed in a conference like this or would not be under the radar of the public policies unless they came with certain benefits. One of those benefits is the economic impact, what we will be seeing today with primary data collection insights, and what we have been demonstrating in research, mostly though for US destinations and events, and mostly orientating to major events. So for the smaller events, the ones that frequently take place in Greece, unfortunately, data are limited, but we're working towards this direction. So sports events definitely serve as the catalyst for the economic development, not only in the sense that they're generating revenues, but also in terms of how they contribute to their host destinations. There is an influx of tourists, profoundly the active sports tourists that visit the destination so that they will participate in the event. But as we will see also in the data that we will be presenting, those sports participants are also accompanied by their friends, their acquaintances, their kids, their siblings. So we have a multiplier effect in terms of the impact. It is also very important that various sectors benefit from this revenue-generating process. Hotels, restaurants are all benefiting from those externalities, as we say. sports events do not only have this economic impact, despite that it's reasonable that we will place the focus on the economic impact. There are many more benefits that we see the societies benefiting from when sports events are organized. What you're seeing as the first bullet is the social impact, the sense of community. This is also demonstrated in the data of the Steichiman Aegean Bowl Festival that we will review later. So the celebration and the sociability of participating in an event, volunteering in the event creates those benefits. And of course, there are connections among diverse groups of individuals who share the sporting experience. And as discussed earlier in the introduction, sports constitute a very strong departure point for connection. In larger scale events, we also have benefits pertinent to the infrastructure. Many of the times there are investments in state-of-the-art facilities or venues, which creates subsequent benefits for the society. Primarily though, we have the sport participation and development, so increased participation and promoting the spirit of athletic development is quite important for the local societies. In the case that sustainability has becoming an ongoing priority for events as well, the implementation of sustainable practices come with certain benefits for the societies as well, whereas education, opportunities through sports, engaging minors, engaging the society in such initiatives fosters the awareness for specific sports as well as the development of skills, which is also the last benefit that we see across the multifaceted impact. For marketeers, we know very well that creating value and equity for destinations might be challenging, especially for destinations that are not very popular, or creating and shifting the destination image from the sun, sea model that we typically follow to an extension in low seasonality periods. So sports events create this platform for destination marketing, and they create the unique offerings and through the exposure that they have in global and international media. Moving on from the theoretical part to the practical part, allow me to introduce you to the first event on which we have conducted research, and this is the Steichiman Aegean Bowl Festival, and I hope that I will make the video work, or not. How many of you knew about this event? Quite a few. It's quite a popular event in the sense that it comes with what in marketing we address as the mainstream celebrity. It has been inspired by Giorgos Pridazis, a European record holder, basketball player, many times champion with the team Olympiakos. It has been organized at least 5 times with some disruptions during COVID. And the idea behind this event is not an actual 3-on-3 competition, but it is more than an athletic basketball festival, a social event that emphasizes the fair play, the healthy living through sports, and this is why it also includes many age groups, as you see here, categories under 11 years old, 13 years old, etc., etc. In 2023, we had the honor to be there collecting data, asking, observing the event, the structure of the event, but also talking to the participants. So the participation included more than 400 athletes of all age groups, as you see here. From this, we exclude invited guests, all-star gamers who competed in the festival and as part of the celebration. We conducted research in participants who were over 18 years old. We had the honor to also talk to parents of minors, but we will focus on the active sports tourists who are the over 18 years old basketball players, athletes who like basketball. And the average age of the participants in this event was 31 years. 60% of those were residents of Attica, whereas there is an important percentage, the 27% or more or less, of locals who were at Syros in July and who wanted to compete and enjoy. Profoundly due to the age, the young age, most of the participants were not married, they did not have kids, a majority were employed, and the average income of the participants in the event was approximately €960. The educational profile is relatively high, as you see here, but due to the young age, many of the participants were also college students on their vacation. Despite the fact that we were expecting the majority of the athletes being there being more or less professional, and by professional here we define the ones who make even a small salary out of this profession, we saw that there were many amateur athletes and a vast majority of purely recreational participants who went to Syros for the joy of the game and what the mission of the event implies. What was really interesting is that when we asked the participants whether they had in their mind visiting Syros, in any case, regardless of the event, a large percentage replied that they wouldn't unless they would take part. Whereas there was a 20% saying maybe yes, maybe not, but since the opportunity was given, now I'm here to compete. As you see here, there are also many participants who would visit, but we should take into consideration also the local residents here. Interestingly, those are not random participants. Those are participants who had visited previous tournaments, and this is why you see an approximately 56% having taken part in previous years, which means that they enjoy and that the event can become now a tradition. What is also very interesting is the fact that this is a highly socially laden event. Approximately 80% have been traveling with other friends and acquaintances that were totally irrelevant. We were not referring to the athletes they were competing or their teams. We particularly asked whether they are participating with friends, acquaintances that will not and would not take part in the event. And of course, when we asked how many people, it was very interesting that there is a 10% that comes with a crew. You see that they come with more than 5 friends just to enjoy the Syros' beauties, which makes total sense. Overall, this is an event that, due to its nature, it has qualifiers, and then teams expect to compete also the next day. The participation and the travel, the trip durates more than just 1 or 2 nights. So the average was 4.1 nights, and you can see the rest in terms of the distribution. The economic impact is also substantial, and here we are only referring to the athletes. We're not referring to the families who took their kids to Syros. We're not referring to the increased income by locals. We are referring to new income that comes to Syros as a result of the event. So the average spending per night was 55.1 euros. I wish I knew who can book such a low price in July at Syros. The average spending per day, and those are individual expenses, not group expenses, are 35.5 euros. And retail expenses, the market of Syros allows for such expenses, were approximately 42 euro. Let's move on to Santorini. And now, Santorini experience is a totally different event, laden with symbolic values, coming from an inception that pertains to the Greek history and mythology. It includes a race devoted to the Daedalic core of Thera, and it's a much more challenging event in terms of the physical prowess. You see that it includes swimming and running, and the demands are substantially different than a recreational basketball tournament. The participants' profile is similarly different, substantially different. So we see here that the average participant is 43 years old, mostly male at 75%, very well educated. You see graduate education being prominent here. Family people, parents of 1 or more kids, and of a very high financial socioeconomic status. Here, the dominance of amateur athletes, not recreational, who would swim and run that many kilometers just for recreation, still there are some people, and very satisfied participants. Overall, as you can see, more than 85% are satisfied to highly satisfied from the experience. Again, the social aspect, the social capital is prominent. It is not a friends event as we see at the Aegean Bow Festival, but still the social aspect is common. 96% had the overnight stay, despite the fact that they could do the island hopping and change. The event allowed for such an occasion, but of course Santorini is no destination that you would visit for 1 night. The majority stayed 3 or 4 nights. But what is impressive in the sense of how events contribute to society and how different ways they can do so is the spending. As you see, the average night spending per person is 3 times the Aegean Bowl Festival statistic. We are discussing about 135 36 approximately euros. And of course, the spending on food is again high at 54 euros, and the retail expenses are substantially higher at almost 80 euros. Because of our experience, we have the opportunity to compare with previous statistics and what we have discussed last year, more or less, in the Frontrunners in Sports Management 4. What we're seeing is another marathon swim at Pevki, Evia, where the accommodation cost was 49 euros, the daily costs of meals were substantially lower, as well as the retail spending, given that the destination did not allow for such purchases. And what is also impressive is how differentiated segments behave accordingly. What we're seeing here is the Navarino Challenge statistics with participants spending approximately 400 euros in accommodation, given that the majority resided at the Costa Navarino resort. The daily cost of meals is substantially higher, as well as the retail spending. Concluding, what we wish to keep as a key takeout is the fact that sports tourism allows for many opportunities, allows for segmenting audiences, national, international, and even global ones, so that they could keep stimulating the Greek economy and the Greek destination. As sports tourism sustains itself and continue to evolve, it presents major opportunities for development, and with that, I conclude, and I'm looking forward to the questions.
Thank you, Vienna. It's amazing what you have done all these 3 years, Eugenia, and together with Stella and with the support of the events. It is true that we started with Navarino, with the authentic marathon swimming, and with Zagori mountain running. So we had 3 major sport tourism events, and later on we added Syros and Santorini as well. So we have 5 major sport tourism events that we have conducted a really important work for sports tourism. I think these are the only numbers we have in Greece, am I right?
To be fully honest, for small events, because those cannot be considered mega events, like the Rally Acropolis, for example, this is an exclusivity.
And we are talking also about leisure events.
Of course.
Okay. I think what is important to understand from this research is that it helps a lot the organizers. It helps a lot to understand what the events need to do in order to improve, what we have to do in order to understand the municipality, the local authorities, to understand the economical result that brings to an area, to a town, to a city, to a region. I would like to ask exactly regarding the spendings. I think I know that all the other numbers you showed us are very important, but to be honest with you, as an organizer, when I'm talking to the local authorities, the question I always get is how much money, will be in my region, in my town, in my city, will be left, and how this will benefit the residents. So, do you think that sometimes people, for example, in Santorini, they are shy to say, or how much money they spend? Because honestly, the 136 euros per night, I don't know exactly where it was definitely not in Fira or Ria, probably was in Perissa, in the other side of Santorini, for those that doesn't know. But I guess the answers are honest, right?
Yes, the answers are honest. They are recalling the expenses that they have made. Of course, we should take into consideration that nobody travels alone. So when they're referring to the individual expenses, practically they're saying that this is double the price for a double room, and which is shared between the participant and maybe their family or a co-athlete and so on.
At the same time, the spending is multiplied by their friends, if I'm not wrong. Yes, we have to look at the camera, I understand. Thank you. We look at each other, you know, which is more common because we are on stage. Okay, so I will look straight ahead. So, for me, it's important because when I discuss with colleagues abroad, when I see numbers from sports tourism all over Europe, they told me, for example, in Catalonia, in Spain, the tourism sports has an impact of 230 million euros. And I said, how they figure out, how they know, how they did it. I mean, can we have these numbers in Greece? Can we find out exactly the numbers that in the next session we're going to have Ios, Mykonos? Can we find out, for example, in Kyklades, how much money people spend for sport tourism? Is it possible?
It is possible, but to be fully honest, this requires much collaboration because those are not necessarily primary data. We cannot ask people for like 100 questions and expect them to accurately remember exactly how much money they spend. And of course, there are many categories of expenses that are not direct expenses. They include the transportation. Many of the times this is easy if we're talking about Syros and the cost for the ticket, then this is straightforward. But if we're asking to accumulate like the expenses for the gas, the tolls, then complex mental processes are asked. Nonetheless, and of course this implies collaboration with policymakers and at the senior and top level, we could have records from hotels, which is a laborious yet very scientific and feasible process. And hopefully it will be the future.
I know that feeling because you always ask me about details, about the events, and I always try to find, you know, some time to give all the info to Evgenia and Stella. Yes, because, for example, I would like again use Catalonia because in the recent Sports Tourism Symposium, it was mentioned that they had 133 million euros from indirect economic impact. So my point is that there are so many things that we need to take in consideration. What about the lifeguards, that they keep working until end of October because we have swimming events? What about the people that they are running the gyms in the hotels, or they are working in football or soccer, you know, stadiums that they help us do events? We don't take in consideration none of this, so I think we need to start doing this. Honestly, I love the idea that we brought in the table 3 years ago together with the DIRI, the American College of Greece. I think this is the first, let's say, Sport Tourism Observatory. And I am glad that this will find very soon people that will follow this and will keep working on this. Some questions very quickly because we're running out of time. How has the landscape of traditional Greek sports evolved over the years? And what role do they play in contemporary Greek society? At least from these two events, from Syros and Santorini, do you think, I will just change the question because it will be better to answer regarding these two places. Do you think that the landscape, or let's say Syros, totally changed during the Stigma Aegean Ball? And did Santorini change, or the organizers used just the natural beauty in order to conduct a sport event?
Would you imagine if I answered the second? It would be very interesting. What we see is that the creation of a sports image destination, an event taking place at Santorini during October, is not the casual peak season. Creating such a cultural sports profile for the destination definitely changes the landscape. To be fully honest, swimming events and running events were not a tradition in Greece, but sports tourism created the culture, and this is the social impact that we have been referring to as the additional benefits adding up to the economic impact. Similarly, in Syros, where I had the pleasure of visiting in the summer, it was a festival, it was a celebration. And this is very important at the grassroots level. Children, playing at 40 degrees, but still competing and enjoying, seeing their favorite footballers and other stars celebrating in a very healthy and social environment. So in that sense, both sports-wise, but also social-wise, I think that those events are highly contributing.
Okay. Next question. How the venue can maximize their visibility to their guests with a minimum cost for them? Any marketing that can help, more benefits for them, so they can visit the island and event again and again?
They should consult with the Center of Excellence in food terms and leisure. Just kidding here. The marketing benefits and multiplying the marketing benefits is not an easy task, especially when we're referring to small events, which means a small team of organizers who are not necessarily very familiar with all the marketing principles and for which resources are not so easy to acquire. And events are particularly intensive. A very good start, though, is the word of mouth. What we're seeing, for example, in the events is the loyalty, the repeating participants who come and then they bring their friends and they discuss, which is the first step, let's say, to increasing the awareness and creating a positive image association, which is more credible than any other type of promotion. Of course, there are subsequent steps, but I don't think I have that much time.
To be honest with you, I just go through all the questions. They are actually more referring to the organizers, so I will just try to stay with this research. The numbers that you gave us, I think are very important because they give us also an idea of how much time the people spend on an area or destination they visit. Do you have, because I know that you did not share all the research with us, do you have numbers as well if they visit or if they do any other kind of tourism during their stay?
We did not have concrete questions on the other activities that they undertake, but being in an event, and I see my dear colleague Emanuela Maganari in the audience, you also observe what is happening. For research to be conducted in an appropriate context and for it to be fruitful and insightful, we engage and we discuss with the participants, and of course we ask also about potential issues, points for improvement, and so on. So what has been very common is that they engage in activities as long as the context, and by the context I mean the region, allows or promotes such activities. Many of the times, those potential sport activities that are by default in the interest of athletes, sports tourists, are not well known to the participants. And this is a major concern and consideration.
So those events that they combine also other type of tourism, I think they can benefit even more, you know, the area and the destination.
And the destination and of course the externalities can be shared across many stakeholders.
Do you think that in the next research we should also try to take in consideration seasonality?
Excuse me?
Seasonality. I mean, when the event takes place, is this an important, let's say, will play an important role, you know, in the research?
All the events that are explored, despite the fact that they are happening mostly in the extended, let's say, period, are not considered as the high season, only with the exception of Syros in that case. In the sense that, for example, Zagori mountain running that we have discussed in the past, or the Santorini experience is not happening within July or August. Seasonality is very important, and this is why we have started the discussion focusing on how sports tourism can help in extending the tourist period in Greece. And of course, this should be taken in consideration, and it creates a better experience also for the participants.
Before we finish, I would like to take 1 minute and just share that together with Stella and Evgenia, we spent a lot of hours trying to convince organizers to accept the research, which is something that we knew it from before, let's say. It was really hard to be together with them in an event because of course their mind is in operations and how their event will run very smoothly, which we understand. But I would like also now to share that they were all very happy with the results of this research after they seen it, and they were more than happy because they could share it also with the sponsors. I think in Sirius we had for the first time also some results for the sponsors, am I right?
This is correct. We have been asking some questions also about the visibility, the recall for the sponsors, and it's more than obvious that especially for the golden sponsors, the main sponsor, the automatic recall and the communication benefits are more than satisfactory. For sure though, sponsorship comes with a number of metrics. We have designated sessions on this conference about that, and it would be very interesting to further explore how positive events, like the ones that we have been investigating, contribute to the spillover effect over the sponsor's image.
Okay, and now last personal question.
I feel exposed.
You have been in this sector and you have done a lot of research before we met and of course collaborate. What was your impression after visiting Evia, the North Evia, Pevki, Zagori, Santorini, Syros, Costa Navarino, Pylos, all these places? Because you were next to the participants, you saw them running at 4 o'clock in the morning, swimming at 6:30 in the morning. You saw them running 10 kilometers or 15 kilometers, you know, or swimming 10 kilometers or running 80 kilometers. I mean, how was that feeling? And what are your impressions from this experience?
Many of the events were truly impressive. The 4 a.m. wake up for running the ultra marathon of mountain running was truly impressive. This was one of a kind an experience. But if I would like to fully reflect on that, I would like to thank you for the opportunity to immerse me in a different sports culture than the one I used to know, and a bright culture that I wouldn't even imagine that it is so intense in Greece. And this is one part of why we are truly committed in this vision, because it is worth it.
To be honest and to interrupt you, excuse me, we still have volleyball and tennis, okay, to catch up, because we're going to hear in the next session EOS Volleyball, the World Tournament. And in tennis, we heard Mr. Zanias last year talking about the incredible job they're doing in Crete. So we still have a lot to see. But I think you got a pretty good idea of sport tourism, right?
Quite a good idea.
Okay. In this point, I would like all to thank you for being part in this session. I would like to thank Evgenia Tsoumaka and Dr. Evgenia Tsoumaka and Dr. Stella Livadi for all the hard work. And I know how hard it is, you know, to keep up with all the academic that they're running through the DIRIAM, the American College of Greece, and also helping us in this conference. I would like to thank you all the participants, which there are quite a few as I can see online. And we hope to enjoy the 3 days conference and be with us as well. Thank you.
Γεια σας. Κυρία Καραμίχου, με ακούτε?
Ναι, καλησπέρα.
Καλησπέρα σας.
Καλησπέρα.
Μπορούμε να ανοίξουμε την κάμερα?
Welcome back. We are live. We would like to thank Dr. Djoumaka for her presentation on the sports tourism research. Now, the next session is very much related to our previous subject. We have the sports tourism, a wealth of opportunities. And in this session, we have the honor to have with us Mr. Vangelis Polymeropoulos, who is the director of EOS Beach Volleyball World Tournament, co-director of Sport Vacation Greece, Mrs. Christina Karamichou, who will be online with us, the president of the organizing committee of Mykonos Running Festival, and of course, Mr. Akis Tsolis, co-owner of Active Media Group, organizer of many events such as Navarino Challenge and many others that he will have the time to explain to us. Our moderator for this session is Dr. Simos Siomopoulos, assistant professor of Diridi American College and sport psychology consultant.
Hello, and thank you for having me over at my house. So let's start the video, please. Thank you. Okay. Okay, so let's hear Mrs. Karamichou from Mykonos Festival. I'm honored to hear her.
Good afternoon to all. Thank you so much for your kind invitation. I'm very glad to participate in this high-level conference with you. And I would like to express my thanks to Mr. Akis Tsolis, especially for this invitation.
Okay, thank you. Excuse me. Okay, so can you tell us a little bit about the organization of Mykonos Running Festival and what was the idea? Who was the, the pioneer behind that whole kind of idea?
Of course, that was the vision of myself because I'm coming from the tourism sector. And I wanted so much to bring a high-level sports event like a running event in Mykonos related to a very big name like the island of Mykonos. I'm the president of Triton, the association in Thessaloniki that we operate the night marathon and the Great Alexander. So I had the team and the experience. So I wanted to transfer this experience, a multi-experience to the island of Mykonos. We started 2 years ago. We had the first Mykonos running in 2022, and we had a very big success because I believe that we had the opportunity to bridge all the local community, the hoteliers, everyone that is coming from the local community, and give a multi-experience to the island of Mykonos. That everyone, as we know all, it's more famous for the parties and for the nightlife, and not as well for sports events. So I think that our success was that we wanted to bring a new wealth and a new opportunity for sports event to Mykonos. So the next year, we also had this year, the 2023, the second Mykonos Running Festival. And again, we had more visitors. As you said also, as Mr. Djoumaka said before, that with the others that they follow the sports events were near to the event. And we created much more activities. We also started parallel activities, promote the gastronomy from Mykonos, the museums, maybe parts of the island that more people, they don't even know because they're coming, for particular entertainment for the island, as we all know. In this basis, I think that we have the first results that the event, it's now near the worldwide global events because we are under AIMS, in the global calendar, and we our ambition is the third one to be more successful.
Okay, and this was another question I wanted to ask you. What are the next steps? What are your goals for the years to come? And as you can, as you said already, it's already a successful event. So hopefully it's going to be even more successful. But what are the next steps that you're willing to take? Like goal-wise, participation-wise, and how many people are you targeting next year? Let's say.
We want to deliver, of course, a great, safe races for everyone. For everyone is visiting the island for participating to the event. But also, we want to collaborate with many other organizations and committees because we believe that in Mykonos, it's a global destination, and through Aegean, like with the other events, like in Syros or Santorini, we can collaborate and promote the sports tourism for Aegean all together, and all of us to have some profit for the future, for participants, for all the Aegean islands, supporting, of course, with the region and the local communities and everyone, in order to have more and more publicity for these all events, not only Mykonos. And I'm very focused on collaborations for the next years.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's see the video and see how the whole event is being run.
Of course.
Thank you very much for the nice pictures. And just to make a joke, I don't know if it's the actual running that is difficult or to be disciplined, not to go out the previous night in Mykonos with all those nice pictures you showed us. So thank you very much for your nice presentation, and thank you for just keeping us in a summer mood during the winter time. We cannot. Yeah.
Have to continue discussions under to promote altogether these events.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay. Now let's hear Mr. Vangelis Polymeropoulos and his interesting presentation.
Good evening to everyone. I'm very happy to be here. And I will talk about the EOS Beach Volleyball World Tournament. This is a very interesting case study because, as you maybe know, EOS is a small island. It was famous for the extreme party life. And I emphasize the word extreme because all those decades, the tourism that visit EOS was in low-income tourists that came to the island only to party, take drugs, and get drunk, nothing else. So we had a task to change this island to a sport destination. This was a very interesting task. And someone may ask, why EOS? Why not another island? Because EOS has something unique in Kyklades that you cannot easily find in other islands. It has the beach of Milopotas. Milopotas beach is a very long and wide beach, unique for beach volleyball events. That's why we choose EOS Island to start creating beach volleyball events. And this was a very difficult task because EOS doesn't have the facilities or the structure to have a tournament, a beach volleyball tournament event. We start on 2018 with a national tournament because we want to do like baby steps, and we want to make EOS known to the Greek sports community at first. And now we are talking about professional athletes. On 2018, we did the first national tournament. It had a great success. We had like more than 60 national teams. The best athletes from Greece visit EOS, and the organization was in a very high level. And for the first time, this island became known for something different than party, for volleyball, beach volleyball, to be exact. This was the first step. The difficult thing was the second step. The second step was to put EOS in the global map of sport. We decided to do, for the first time since 2004, a world tournament in Greece, and especially in EOS. At the beginning, everyone was very skeptical and they were not very sure about this event. Because, as I said, we had a lot of problems in EOS. But we were very decided to do this event because we were sure that this was the next beach volleyball worldwide destination. 2019, for the first time, after 15 years, Greece hosted a world tournament. More than 30 countries took part in our tournament. It was a great success, and the CEV, the European Association of Volleyball, congratulate us for this event, and we are the first event in the future category in Europe on 2019. We were the best future event. And this was our biggest success because now EOS is well known for the beach volleyball tournaments. Everyone wants to visit. from the last summer, on 2023, we had more than 40 countries participating in our World Tournament. And on 2 weeks during June, EOS has become the center of beach volleyball now these days.
All right, thank you very much. Let's see an interesting video about the event. Okay. All right, so let's see that later. Now let's have Mr. Cholis from Active Media present about Navarino Challenge.
Hello and welcome to our sessions about sport tourism. First of all, I would like to thank Dr. Skiomopoulos for being as a moderator at the last minute. We know that COVID was 2 years ago, but at last Mrs. Vicky Mamiedaki just informed us that this morning that could not participate in this important for sport tourism session. I would like also to thank Mrs. Karamichou and Mr. Polymoropoulos for being with us. We're going to talk about sport tourism, so we will start with Navarino Challenge. If we can watch the video first.
Okay. Okay, thank you for the nice video and the nice images, summer images. It's always good during winter time to see a little bit of summer, and I think that's the main topic, also tourism and summer. So, Mr. Tsolis, can you talk to us a little bit about the vision and how you came up with the Navarino Challenge and how this whole kind of event came to place?
Of course. First of all, it was not a long video, it was just a long weekend. Okay, we had 55 activities in just 3 days. So if you think the video was long, believe me, we cut a lot of things from this video in order just to have an idea of all these activities we had. Navarino Challenge started in 2011 as an idea between Peter Poulos, who is the Director of Development of Hellenic Initiative, George Papadakos, an ex-basketball player who used to play in Olympiakos, and of course Temes, Mrs. Marina Papazzoni. Temes is the company behind the Costa Navarino. And we worked 2 years in order to do something that was really popular at that point. We was running races, marathons, half marathons, 5 kilometers, and we started building this idea. From 2013 until now, we have evolved, we have changed, we have become something different. In 2019, we won the best wellness award in London, in Tourism Awards for Navarino Challenge. We try to see what are the differences, what are the advantages of wellness, to try to combine different sports, and of course to try to put Messinia as a hub for sports tourism. Then we changed a little bit our way of thinking. How? We're starting to think that sports is our content and tourism is our strategy. What this means? This means that we need to take in consideration about when to do an event and what tourists we have to attract. So we went to October. October is especially the second weekend of October is the weekend that usually Central Europe and other European countries, they have the first school vacation. So we start targeting at these countries, Germany, Norway, Denmark, Austria. We started to target these countries that they could come and visit Messinia, of course, with the help of the airport in Kalamata, which was very crucial for us, or through Athens, just a longer trip, in order to attract these tourists. So strategy in tourism became something very important for us. We had the content because we hired people that they are specialized in their sports. For example, we have Mr. Michalis Triantafylidis in volleyball, Mr. Nikos Gemelos in swimming. We had various of running directors that they are specialized and they are unique in what they're doing. But the most important thing for us is to focus exactly what we want to do. What we wanted to do, one of the things we wanted to do is, of course, fill up 5-star hotels. We have this year 3 hotels that were participated in during Navarino Challenge, and of course a lot of hotels in the region area of Pylos. So 3 hotels, 1 city and 1 region, Messinia, in order to have Navarino Challenge. We evolve, we change, and we are changing every year in order to adapt anything that we see and that we have to do in order to become better, in order to attract more people from more communities, in order this event to become bigger and bigger. Our main purpose, of course, all the time is our quote, our motto, let's say, which is Sports Unite People. We want to show the value of sport through sports, the values that they come through sports, and really it's really important for us to see that sports indeed they can unite people, and that's why we have people from different countries, people of all ages, that they contribute and they are being part of Navarino Challenge. If I have to say, seasonality is a thing that it doesn't happen, it doesn't, let's say, has to be a part of every sport event. For example, for Mykonos or Messinia and Costa Navarino, October, November, May, April are perfect months. But for other islands, or maybe like Ios or like Syros that we had in the research before, maybe June or the first days of July are better. we don't have to take in consideration that all islands are full of tourists all year around. So that's the first thing that I would like to say regarding Navarino Challenge and how is our approach in sports tourism.
Okay. Another question that I would like to ask, start with Mr. Tsolis, is what was the feedback you got from the local community for these kinds of events? Did the local community liked it, disliked it? They want to be even bigger, and what are their reactions in general?
Whatever we have done in Messinia will not happen if we do not have the contribution of the local, I will say, people, not only local authorities. If the local people will not be part of an event, I think not any event can be successful. Of course, year per year, more of them are participating. You have to understand that we have more than, Pylos has 6 or 7, let's say, big or let's say medium hotels. All of them are participating. It doesn't matter if they have 10 rooms or 20 or 100, they will collaborate and be sponsors of the event just to help the event. This, I think, is the most crucial thing. We need local communities to become part of our events. And as we have seen in the research in our previous session, 27% in Syros, in Stihima Aegean Ball, from local people is participating. This number is really important because local people have also, let's say, they have a greater attitude, a better attitude, towards the event. And this helps also all the guests, in order to be part of this event, in order to have better time, more quality time, of course, and to enjoy during the stay.
Okay, thank you very much. I would like to ask Mrs. Karamichou, if it's possible, what do you believe, and being in Mykonos, okay, Mykonos is a touristic island, but I would like to ask you, what were the challenges or the difficulties when you were trying to organize that event? What kind of obstacles did you come through, let's say?
Okay, good question. Difficulties are always in front of all organizers, as you know, but especially in Mykonos, it's that our team is coming from Thessaloniki and we had to move around 120 people to come in Mykonos and work for the Mykonos Running Festival. And this is the major difficulty because it's not very close and the transportation is coming from the northern Greece, so we need to transportate and accommodate so many people. And as you know, the accommodation is something that it's always be paid, but with the help of the community, as we all said, and with the vision of the extension of the period, we had the support to bring them and work a lot about these difficulties to organize this event. The second thing, it's the second important difficulty. It's the reason of the police and how the people are moving inside Mykonos. It's not an island with a geographical position that helps, the land to have a running event because it's the coast. So we had to have a very good relations with all of the stakeholders of the island to prove them that it's something very important for them and to see the future of this sports event. And from the other side, we had not difficulties, but the good thing that they liked, all the people, the result, that everyone was happy and the locals was running and they had some fun with the kids. Something never happens in Mykonos, especially because they are in the parties and most of the people that they meet in the roads are from the night, and you know how it's the Mykonos life. So that was a morning life and that was very, very interesting for the locals. So through these steps, we passed through the difficulties.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, now for Mr. Polymeropoulos. Now, you had that vision on starting and trying to change the image of the island and do something that is athletic and very healthy. What was after you, let's say, completed the first event, and of course, the first days you are exhausted, you're trying to suck it in and to try, to kind of get rested. But after this kind of first fatigue went away, what were your feelings about holding an event like that, and how those feelings kind of motivated you to do more things in the future?
This is a funny story. When we finished the first national tournament, of course we were exhausted because we never done this before in the EOS Island. We had a lot of difficulties, but we managed it. And with my partner in crime, Mrs. Petridou, we start talking and how good was it and how exhausted we are and what we will do in the future. And I dropped the idea, not immediately, but in the near future, let's do a world tournament. And Mrs. Petridou told me, why not next year? And I was like, okay, let's try it. And immediately when the national tournament ended, we started organizing for next summer the world tournament. This was the...
Okay, so no time to rest, I guess,
no time
right?
to rest, no.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much. I would like to thank all the speakers in this podium. I hope that those initiatives continue and we see growth and more kind of national tournaments become international and we attract more people in Greece. Greece is a place that many people visit it and say that there is no second place like this. So I think that sport tourism and the idea of nous υγιείς and somati υγιές, the ancient kind of idea, is something that we need to promote as in sport tourism. And yes, we are Ios, Mykonos are party islands, but we're also healthy and physically active. And I think this is a very nice message that can go through internationally. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Annie Triandafilou couldn't make it. She sends her warm regards, the Dean of School of Business and Economics, Professor of Department and Accounting of Diridi American College. So we are getting ready for our next session, which is Disabilities and Sports. Stay tuned because our next session is coming in the next few minutes. Welcome back. We are here again at the Frontrunners in Sports Management 5.0. Please don't forget to use the networking section of the conferences platform to connect with other executives and professionals of the industry. Moreover, please remember that in every session you have the opportunity to send your questions under the streaming of each speaker. We will move on now to our next session, which is disabilities and sports. And we have with us some very important personalities. I will start with Mr. Grigoris Polychronidis, Paralympic world and European champion in boccia, holder of 6 Paralympic medals and many, many other records. Also, Mrs. Stavara Maria Eluisa, who is the Scientific Associate of Global Health Disaster Medicine, School of Medicine, ECPA marathoner, and President of the Hope Runners Association. And, of course, Vasilis Gerogiannis, who is the co-founder of the Trexe Mazi Mou, Run With Me. Today with us, we have the honor to have a moderator, Dora Tsabazi, who is also a journalist and podcast of Όταν η ζωή σου δίνει λεμόνια. Mrs. Tsabazi, the stage is yours.
Thank you very much. Hello to everyone. I'm going to start with a friend, Grigoris, Paralympian, a father of a beautiful daughter. And I'm going to ask him, Grigoris, we learned boccia from you. We didn't know what sport is that, so I can guess that many people here do not know what is this game. Can you describe us with some details?
Yes, of course.
What is this very special game that this very sports that you do?
Yes, of course. Good evening to all. It's a great pleasure and honor to be here with you today, and I would like to thank you very much for the invitation. Boccia is a Paralympic-only sport. It is a new sport, and it's a sport of strategy, and it's a sport that is played with persons with severe disabilities, like myself. I cannot do any other sport because I cannot move my legs or arms. So boccia is something like between chess and billiard. And I play with another able-bodied person. So I give all the instructions to that person. That person moves my equipment. And the person that plays with me, the able-bodied person, is not allowed to see what is going on in the court. He or she is with his back to the court and is not allowed to talk. So in no way he can help me. So that is a little bit about boccia. But I would like to start talking to you about competitive sport, which is a sport for those who seek beyond competition, high performance and victory. This is achieved with an organized program that includes continuous training, nutrition, and everything else that everyone needs for their sport. And most of all, the athlete's dedication to their sport. It's something that we do, it's our major priority. Great performances are not achieved immediately, as it takes the athletes to go through many years of preparation to be able to achieve a competitive level of world-class performance. The improvement of the athlete progresses together with his competitive obligations that start at the local level, continue at the national level, and if the athlete succeeds in entering a high performance level, his competitive obligation can become international as well. For people with disabilities, the most important sporting event is the Paralympic Games, which is for many years have been held together with the Olympic Games in the same city, organized by the same committee, and this started in Athens in 2004, and under the same conditions. The Paralympic Games have many of the Olympic sports, as well as some exclusive Paralympic sports, as we said before, boccia and goalball. Goalball is for blind. To ensure fairness among the participants, the athletes are divided according to their abilities into categories. As the president of the International Paralympic Committee, Andrew Parsons, says, the Paralympic Games are the biggest platform in the world that every 4 years shows to the whole of humanity that man can triumph even when he has a disability. In my opinion, the Paralympic Games prove to everyone that a person can be productive even with a disability. Will, hard work, and dedication are the elements that can make a person successful. Of course, we must not forget that very important factors are the people who are next to us and help us in our efforts, as well as the environment in which we live. As the more accessibility there is, the more opportunities we are given. I will never forget a feeling that I experienced inside the Olympic Village, and specifically in the restaurant of the Olympic Village, where I saw athletes from every country of the world and with completely different disabilities, being together, eating their food, and at that moment I felt how much we are the same, even though we have all these differences. As an example, I can tell you that I saw a person who had no arms at all. He was eating with his leg, and it felt absolutely normal to me. I saw no difference, because he was sitting among us, and he was doing the same with all of us. He was eating. Personally, when I started my sport, boccia, I felt that I was able to develop my abilities and overcome my weaknesses. Every year, with determination, with hard work, with great support from factors such as my family and my sponsors, I managed to achieve great successes. Until today, I have participated in 5 Paralympic Games and have won 6 Paralympic medals. In total, I have won 46 medals in international competitions, and I have been champion of Greece for 20 years. Of course, of course, this is not easy to achieve. Every day I train for 6 hours. Every year I have to develop new elements to be competitive, because if you relax, you risk being out of the top very quickly. This fact is certainly not helped by the disability. As the 6 hours in training become much more painful when you have to sit in a wheelchair. I am very often in pain and have to follow various treatments to cope with a tough training schedule. But all this also makes the champion. The ability and endurance to overcome obstacles make you better and stronger. After all, quitting is an early defeat. Thank you very much.
Grigoris, can I ask you something?
Of course.
Well, you told us that you meet a lot of people with disabilities around the world, that you feel the same, even though you have different disabilities, one or another. I want to tell me the difference in the support between different countries and in Greece. What is the support that we have to offer to people with disabilities that want to excel in order to go to Paralympics and have your medals or one medal?
It all starts with the key word that for me is respect. Respect.
Do Greece respect persons with disabilities?
We are somewhere in the middle.
Okay.
In the world. So respect, it goes together with the, I don't know if this is the correct word, the civilization, the level of where the country belongs. So more civilized countries have the best accessibility, and as we go lower, you see that the disability disappears. So Greece is a European country, so we are somewhere in the middle, and we did a great progress during the Paralympic Games in Athens in 2004, and that's why I say that the Paralympic Games is maybe the strongest tool for the accessibility for all kind of disabilities. For example, when I started going to the university, I was in the Athens University of Economics and Business, which is near Pediou to Areos. There was absolutely no accessibility there. There was not even one ramp. And I started in 2001. I finished in 2005, and the whole area, all the pavements had ramps. And this was the change of the Paralympic Games, because during these years, the whole city was trying to be accessible, because it was an obligation to the International Paralympic Committee. So we had the new metro, the old metro or Electricos became accessible. There were elevators in all the stations. Before that, there was none. So we are somewhere in the middle. Unfortunately, we are not like New Zealand, where I had my first competition in 2003, and the chef de mission of that team that I was in, he is also disabled. He's tetraplegic, and he said that something that I will never forget. He said, I don't feel like a disabled here.
Yeah.
Because he could go everywhere. And I tried to make a challenge to myself and find at least 1 square meter that would not be accessible to me to go. And I failed. I didn't find any. So New Zealand for me was like the top of accessibility.
That's amazing. Thank you. Thank you, Grigoris. Now we're going to continue with a very special lady. She's the president of Hope Runners. She's a marathon herself. She has run the Marathon of Antarctica in the cold sea and the cold mountains. She's a dentist. And we would like to talk about Hope Runners. What is Hope Runners? Who can run in this organization? And which is your next special route?
Great. Thank you. Thank you all. I am grateful for being here among you, among beautiful humans, and I consider each and every one of you a friend. So allow me on this occasion to present to you our association, the Hope Runners. So if is the PPT on? There is there you go. So in recent years, indeed, we have witnessed a shift of what sports are and how we can engage in sport altogether. So sports are no longer confined in their old stereotypical standard, and thus they have become a powerful tool for empowerment and for social change as we see it. So our team, the Hope Runners, what do? We run in road races or with a special running chairs with people with disabilities, almost any kind of disability, and across all ages. So we run in the cities, in road races, we run in the mountains, in off-road races. And what do? This way we do provide access to what we consider to be one of the greatest joys in life, running. We love running, we are runners. Drawing inspiration from our pilots, and whom do we call pilot? At the Hope Runners Association, we call people with disabilities, we call them our pilots, because we see something we see beyond their disabilities, we recognize their need and their capacity to be leaders of certain situations, and they do lead us while on the road. So by drawing inspirations by them, we recognize their need to be more active, to be efficiently participate in the social fabric. Therefore, what did we do? We shaped our strategy, our zero discrimination strategy, which it consists of 4 pillars. So it's zero discrimination in sports. This is what I described, what do we do there. We've got zero discrimination in culture, and that would include visits to museums, the theatre, and any event that promotes culture. We've got zero discrimination in community awareness activities, and that would include us visiting schools or other institutions, raising social awareness with presentations and workshops. Also, we've got the zero discrimination environmental awareness activities. That would be green activities primarily based on the parallel to the off-road races that we participate in. So as a culmination of our strategic planning, we organized on May 14th this year the first Zero Discrimination Run in collaboration with the Hellenic Olympians Association, the Greek Paralympic Association, and Tihio Race. And that was localized at the landmark of track and field in Greece, the Olympic Stadium. 2 public schools participated at the 1K race, and we consider this a great success because children and youth generally is our target population when it comes to raising awareness on such a sensitive topic as inclusion is. Now, very briefly, let me tap into our experience as organizers of our own event. So we worked really hard on several key factors, including communication with partners, potential donors, securing facility accessibility, adaptive equipment, training and education of volunteers and staff, collaborating with disability organizations, together with a lot of advocacy, outreach activities, and personal communication in support of the participants. Now, this required a lot of commitment to break down barriers to ensure equal opportunity for everyone to access the event. It was a lot of work indeed, and we now know for a fact that sport managers and sport event organizers, they do go the extra mile, they do put in the extra effort for inclusivity's sake. And one might raise the question, is it worth it? Is it worth it to go the extra mile? Is it worth it to put in the extra effort for inclusion's sake? So far I have been talking about walking through a field which is more or less your field of expertise as sports event organizers. Now let me chip in with what I have to bring on the table, which lies at the intersection of running with individuals with disabilities, and science, more specifically medicine, and more specifically global health. Now, if we were to pause for a bit and think, what is health? So as is defined by WHO back in 1948, and this definition has been since then been updated, health is the state of complete mental and social well-being, and not merely the absence of disease or infirmity. Now, this definition, it emphasizes that health is a holistic concept that goes beyond the mere absence of illness. It includes physical, mental, and social dimensions, and it acknowledges the interconnectedness of various aspects of an individual's health and well-being overall. Now, if we were to break down the constituents of health and observe them on the field of inclusion in sport when it comes to disabilities, how does inclusion help us become healthier? How does inclusion in sports help us build and have a better life overall? When it comes to the physical aspect, now this is particularly evident in the realm of the Paralympic sport, as Grigoris previously mentioned, where individuals with disabilities, they do have to stay consistent with their training, have a disciplined life. So therefore, they eventually will thrive, they will emerge as front runners in the pursuit of excellence. Now, in our experience at the Hope Runners Association, not all individuals have the physical capacity to actively participate in the sport. Nonetheless, they do participate on many other levels. And most importantly, they urge us, the running team, they motivate us to remain healthy. They motivate us to stay fit, to be disciplined when it comes to our training. Why? Because we always have to be ready and ready for our next running adventure, which is always around the corner. Moving on to the next constituent of health, and let us pause here and remind ourselves that mental health issues, they are on the rise. Their prevalence is on the rise global-wise, to the great concern of the medical community. Therefore, mental health has been prioritized across the world. Now, when it comes to the mental health and how we perceive it through inclusion in sports, what we have been first-handedly experiencing with all our running events, with the Hope Runners, and as Grigoris previously again mentioned, we do create a stronger sense of belonging, a wider sense of community that includes and unites all participants through the experience of the same feelings, and in that case, the feelings of joy, of anticipation, of happiness, of love. We also secure visibility. We do need to feel that we are being seen. We do need to feel that we are being heard. And we want to feel that we are together with everyone else in the same sport, in the same event, across all venues of life. Which brings us to the social dimension of health, and how is it being served through inclusion in sports when it comes to individuals with disabilities. So we have seen that we foster inclusivity and we foster resilience. We break down barriers just by being there at the same start line, but just by crossing the same finish line together with everyone else. With the Hope Runners, we experience incredible stories, incredible human stories that do have the power to alter the societal perceptions. We don't necessarily break records, but we do break stereotypes, and we do inspire the community and future generations. We believe that a society with increased empathy, respect, and a society that promotes equality and, most importantly, equity, is a society that can lead to a better world for all. So this is our call to everyone who is a sports manager or a sport event organizer. This is our call to them. Please do have a look at this incredible potential, which leads not just to a change, but to a shift altogether, which is being reflected in every single aspect of life. Because through inclusion in sport, we create healthier societies, because we shape citizens whose overall health and overall well-being is prioritized. And eventually, it is being shifted. Because shift always starts from within, and sport will do that. Sport will create a space for everyone. Will affect each and every individual separately, horizontally and vertically, and will push us ever so lightly towards the right direction, towards a zero discrimination world that leaves no one behind. And with this, I will thank you.
Thank you, Maria Luisa. Vasilis Gerogiannis, a special man, a role model father. Vasilis, welcome.
Thank you very much. Can we have the slides? Hello, my name is Vasilis Gerogiannis. I'm the co-founder of Trexe Mazi Mou, which is Run With Me in English. First of all, I want to thank the organizers for inviting us to this conference, which is very interesting. And also I feel very special being here because about 15 years ago I got my MBA from the American College of Greece, so it feels good to be back. Yeah, so I have 3 children. My oldest daughter, Marilena, is disabled. And we participate, in the last 10 years, we have been participating in running races together. But it all started by this team, Team Hoyt, if you're familiar with them. Rick and Dick Hoyt was a father and son who participated in many running races, Ironmans, triathlons, and they started back in 1977. And in the first race, Rick Hoyt had told his father that when they run, he feels like he's not handicapped, like his disability disappears. So this was the click that made me started running, and I said it's the least I can do for my daughter, to start running and running with her in races. So this is the agenda for today's presentation: who we are, our history, why we run, and our goals. We are Run With Me. Trexe Mazi Mou is a non-profit organization. We were established in January this year. However, we have a very long history. Our goal is the acceptance, respect, and inclusion of disabled people, mainly by participating in running races. And of course, the benefits are much more, as Maria Luisa mentioned before: health, etc., etc. Here is some history. In 2013 was the first race the first marathon I ran, because first I wanted to see if I could run a marathon myself, and then run with my daughter. And in the last 2 kilometers I met Achilleas and Yanakis. Yanakis was on a wheelchair, Achilleas was pushing him, and we gave the promise for the next year to participate in a race together, which we did. The biggest barrier was getting a running chair, because it's not very easy to get a running chair. So they were very expensive from America, customs, transportation costs. So we found Dimitris Kores, who is an architect. He has built a car, a project for, and so he took over the responsibility of constructing, building a running chair for us, and we thank him very much for that. So in 2014, we ran in the Thessaloniki Marathon and the Megas Alexandros Marathon in April, and then in November in the authentic Athens Marathon together with Achilleas, and we kept our promise. So as the years were going by, we were creating more running chairs, building more running chairs, so we can, spread the joy to more disabled children. Because the benefits were so big for my daughter. She was so happy, so I wanted to spread that happiness to other disabled children as well. So we invited her classmates and friends, and so every year we participated in the marathons and many more races, apart from the COVID period. And also recently in the Athens Half Marathon in 2023, we had 9 participations, and the Prime Minister's wife and daughter gave us the honor to participate with us in the first 2 or 3 kilometers, which was very inspiring. And also, so why do we run? The main reason we run is the joy of participation for the disabled people. It's an event that they can participate in without worrying if they can go somewhere. If the elevator is working, or if somebody has blocked the sidewalk, or whatever. They feel freedom when participating in a race, and also it's an event of inclusion because they participate together with other abled athletes, and also the families of the disabled people feel very happy because a member of their family are participating in a race, and they're happy as well. And of course, the volunteers, the runners that push the running chairs, of course they are volunteers, but apart from offering help, they receive many benefits as well. And lastly, we also inspire the public. Everybody who sees us is inspired, and it's something magical. So it's difficult to explain. I'm sure, okay, Maria Elisa can understand me better. But I invite anybody who wants to, feel that, can become a volunteer and run with us in some next race. Here we had some recent publicity in some newsletters and newspapers. We ran the marathon in Thessaloniki, where the mayor ran the 5K with us. And recently in November, we had a partnership with Stichiman, Kaizen Gaming, where they together we did this program called Wheels of Change, where they offered us 30 running chairs, which was very helpful. So we were able to give the joy to much more disabled athletes. And here are some of the ambassadors of this program: Miltos Tentoglou in the middle, Diamandidis, Miliousi, and Pridezis in the previous picture. And there was a big campaign about this, that this it puts one step towards the direction of inclusion and changing the respect that we were mentioning about before. It changes the concept of society towards disabled people. In the Athens Authentic Marathon, in the 5K race, we had more than 25 running chairs. And overall, we had more than 40 participations of disabled persons in the races, in the 5K, 10K, and the 42K. So yeah, recently we published a children's book, which was presented in November 2023, which is about disability, and also it promotes inclusion and also accessibility, because we believe that through the children we can educate older people in the society, and this is one way to make them respect disabled people better. And also on that day, we signed an agreement with the Olympic Winners Association, and we are planning to do many events in the next coming year. So yeah, as next steps, our goal is to participate in at least one race per month, with as many running chairs as possible, and grow the community of collaborative sports, and also, of course, promote inclusion. In this picture here, you can see it's a picture of the race 2 years ago of Navarino Challenge, and 3 people I didn't even know before the race offered to help me during the race. Yulika Skafida is a famous actor, and Yannis and Spiros were there. They saw me struggling on the beach of Voidokilia, and so they offered to help me, and we finished the race together. And as mentioned before, that sports unites people, I want to take it one step further. Sports not only unites people, it creates many strong bonds. I have created many strong friendships throughout these 10 years I have been running with my daughter and other people, and it's something that I hope I'm healthy and I can do for many more years to come. So I can invite you to visit our website, trexia.gr, or our Instagram page, and to see how you can get involved in all this. And I think that's it. Sorry.
Okay.
It's okay. So that's all from me. Thank you very much for your attention. If you have any questions, I'll be more than happy to answer them.
There is a question.
Yeah.
In the first 30 kilometers of a marathon, the body has the calories. After the 30 kilometers, the body starts to burn muscles, and that's the difficult procession and painful. How the connection with your daughter helps these last kilometers, and most difficult, I suppose.
Mm-hmm. Well, everybody who has ran a marathon knows that it's not only a physical competition, it's also a mental competition. So yes, after the 30 kilometers, it's quite hard. That's when the true competition starts. I would say that what keeps us going is my daughter and any disabled person who is on the running chair inspires us, and we start running with our soul, not with our muscles, not with anything else. Our mind and soul keeps us going in order to make that person happy.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Από το τίποτα ξεκινάει η ροή. Χθες ήταν η πέτρα που σκάλισε τον χώρο και έμεινε στον χρόνο. Σήμερα είναι το σώμα που έχει μέσα του τον κόσμο. Αύριο θα είναι η φύση που δίνει ζωή στη ζωή. Ροή είναι η συνεχής γραμμή που ενώνει το παρελθόν, το παρόν και το μέλλον. Και είναι στο χέρι μας να τη διατηρήσουμε. Βίκος. Δύναμή μας, η ροή μας.
Want to just follow like the climber in front of you, or do you really want to create your own path?
What you
Από το τίποτα ξεκινάει η ροή. Χθες ήταν η πέτρα που σκάλισε τον χώρο και έμεινε στον χρόνο. Σήμερα είναι το σώμα που έχει μέσα του τον κόσμο. Αύριο θα είναι η φύση που δίνει ζωή στη ζωή. Ροή είναι η συνεχής γραμμή που ενώνει το παρελθόν, το παρόν και το μέλλον. Και είναι στο χέρι μας να τη διατηρήσουμε. Βίκος. Δύναμή μας, η ροή μας.
You want to just follow like the climber in front of you, or do you really want to create your own path?
Από το τίποτα ξεκινάει η ροή. Χθες ήταν η πέτρα που σκάλισε τον χώρο και έμεινε στον χρόνο. Σήμερα είναι το σώμα που έχει μέσα του τον κόσμο. Αύριο θα είναι η φύση που δίνει ζωή στη ζωή. Ροή είναι η συνεχής γραμμή που ενώνει το παρελθόν, το παρόν και το μέλλον. Και είναι στο χέρι μας να τη διατηρήσουμε. Βίκος. Δύναμή μας, η ροή μας.
You want to just follow like the climber in front of you, or do you really want to create your own path?
Hello and welcome back. We are at the Front Runners in Sports Management for 5.0 web conference. It is our first day and we are here to learn and see some very interesting speeches from significant personalities of the world-class names. Don't forget to use our networking section of frontrunners.gr of the conferences platform, which connects all executives and professionals of the industry. We will move on to our next session, so do not forget to send your question under the streaming of each speaker. Our next session is a very interesting one, and it has to do with agents and football. So, we have here with us, live, the CEO of ProSport, a football agent, Mr. Paschalis Toudouris. And online, we have Mr. Agent Jacob Abraham, who is the Managing Director of Plus Sports and Entertainment, previously also in the Football Group India, and a very well-known sports business executive. Before we begin, I will give the speech to our moderator, the sport journalist, writer, and publishing consultant, Mr. Vasilis Sabrakos.
Good afternoon, everyone. Now that Lionel Messi is playing in the MLS, and now that a Greek player is among the best 11, we, Greek football journalists, can come to an American university, an American college to talk about football, not soccer, because for us it will always be and remain football. Today, I have the pleasure to moderate a very interesting discussion about the football player, who is the protagonist of football, and the man behind or next to the football player, the agent, who does everything in order the player to think only about football. And speaking about agents, we have today the pleasure to have with us someone who, his company, they have done more than 300 deals in football, or maybe more, and among them are some of the most famous players, Greek football players in nowadays. Mr. Paschalis Toudouris is with us. So, how are you?
Hi, Vasilis. Hi, everyone. It's always a great pleasure to be in the facilities of Diri College, as I've got great memories from my youth, from my student years. As a graduate of Anatolia College from Thessaloniki, we used to come here often to play basketball and football games, so everything seems very familiar and very nice over here. Yes, we will discuss today about the role of the football agent in modern football. We have also some information to the students regarding the new regulations of FIFA, which have been there were many disputes over those regulations and been discussed over the past 3-4 years.
Yeah.
So I think we've got some great things to discuss.
Okay, great. I'm sure that especially for those who want to be agents or work in sports management from this angle, this will be something very valuable.
I hope so.
Stage is yours.
Perfect. Okay, so let's start with the first. The presentation should be here, I guess.
Yeah. Okay. We are okay now.
Okay. So I will start by having a small introduction about ProSport. We've been in the market since 2004. We've developed over the years. Back then, we used to sell players with videotapes and with DVDs as the time was developing with the technology. So we've been recognized globally for our deals. We've been awarded as an Agency of the Year in 2021, 2022, and 2023. Over 350 placements, as you said, in 30 different countries, which allowed us to get experience and more knowledge about the international market, the international regulations, the differences in taxation, in administrative issues. And then we've been also present in top 5 European leagues. Some of our clients, Giorgos Karagounis, the captain of Greece,
Konstantinos Tsimikas, right now at Liverpool, and one of the best ever transfers done in Europe. Anastasios Douvikas and many more, which I'm not gonna get more time about it. So, our let's say, our target always is to enhance their public image, and I'm sure the other speaker will give us some feedback also about it at a later stage. And of course, to focus on their career building. And that are some of the issues that we're going to discuss just now. Okay, and final, about ProSport's current position in the Greek market. You know, as you can see in the first graph, these are the top 10 Greek agencies. Obviously, I haven't mentioned the names of the others. Yeah. The data is taken from a very lucrative website, the Transfermarkt. And then you can see ProSport represents players of market value of 52 million euros. And then the second one, 9.7, and going down, downwards. And then in the second chart, you can see that from the players, the Greek players playing anywhere in Europe or in the world, because we've got also in the MLS, as you quite right said, it's not only Messi. Yeah. And their market value is over 1.5 million, which is quite a good amount. You will see that we represent 1/4 of them. So this happened with hard work, with great associates. Some of those are here today, and I need to thank them in public. So we've been working hard, and we've developed the knowledge of what are the real needs of a modern footballer over the years. Now it's modern, but 20 years ago was also modern at that time. And then we are being developing as well. And this is something that I really like and love about the work we do. We give all our passion or our energy, and we are trying to developing, to learn more, to add new technologies, to add new tools that will make us really, really offer the quality of services that a modern footballer needs compared to top European countries. This is something that it was always our aim, and now we are really fighting to get there and even to move forward. Okay, let's start our presentation. The role of an agent in modern football. I, tried to set up some parameters on the way that we could present the multifunctional profession of a football agent. So I said, for example, that the most important factor is negotiating contracts. Okay, that's the number one. That's why the players want us. I will analyze them, and we will dive a bit deeper in a few moments. Building relationship with clients, building relationship with people in the industry, with people like Vasilis in the sector of journalism, with clubs around the world, with different executives. Career management, which is very important. How the player will develop, how will you advise him at the different stages of his career that he decided or we decided to start collaborating. Marketing and branding, promoting the players, create a public image that will add their income and become an additional parameter in their brand, in their image. Okay, so legal guidance, which is important, financial advice, and of course personal support, which I'm really sorry about many people that are working in my company, which they have to deal with daily issues, but we do it because we love it and we support the guys. But trust me, this personal support is one of the most difficult tasks that we are dealing with on a daily basis with our clients. So let's start by by negotiating contracts. Okay, of course, you need to understand the client needs, okay? All right, maybe I want the client to play in Europe because I believe that he's got the talent, he's a young guy, he's got the talent, he really needs to get there in order to maximize his potential. What if this client, this boy, doesn't want to learn English or is afraid to leave home? We used to have in the past several cases that many players were afraid to leave their country, especially us in Southern Europe, to leave our mama. So it was very difficult to get them there. So we need to see their needs, and then we need to adapt to their needs in order to maximize their potential. We have to have the market analysis. We need to be up to date to become always knowledgeable about the changes in the European clubs, in the leagues, in every aspect of the game. Maybe it's an injury. Maybe an injury for another player creates an opportunity for another. But it's sad, but it's reality. So we have to have the market analysis on the system that the clubs are playing, the changes of coaches, the system that our client is suitable at getting there. Okay, then obviously skillful negotiations. I hope that, it's obvious that in order to negotiate, besides diplomas or degrees or learning foreign languages, you need to be skillful negotiator. You have to be hard when you need to be hard. You need to be also, you need to navigate and resolve many conflicts that may appear, whether it's financial, legal. So it's a very important factor in order to a successful contract signing. When you need to answer the call, when you need to stay and wait, when you need to support your client. And one of the very important aspects is that you have to protect your client even from himself because of the pressure. Because there are young guys. So they are really anxious, they are really nervous. They want to finish a deal, they want to move, they want to play, they want to get more money. But then you need to have a proper dealing with them in a way of getting the stress out. Legal knowledge, obvious. We will discuss further about it. Communication skills, which is part of the skillful negotiation, and post-signing support. And when I say post-signing support, I don't mean the post-signing service. I mean the post-signing support for the contract itself. Because they sign the contract and then after 1 month, they say, Paschalis, what's wrong? Why we signed this and this and I didn't get paid in this bonus, should I? So there are many details that you need to follow up. Okay, so we go to the building relationship part. Building relationship, networking, number one. COVID create us great opportunities in order to work a bit more in different platforms and different ways and the video calls. Like right now, we are also, everybody can see and can watch online this presentation. So networking is crucial. You need to travel. You need to have face-to-face communication and contact with key person in the football industry. They need to see you. Regardless the video calls, yes, it's nice, it's useful. You can keep like communication like that, but it's important to take the plane and go there. They need to meet you. They need to understand how serious you are, how small details can be sent, can be given through personal meetings. I'll give you an example, a recent example. There is a football player that we represent. I don't want to get into details. And they thought that he was smaller. Why? Who knows? Because the scout who went there saw him probably next to some huge guy and then he seemed to be smaller. But he's not small. So I presented a photo next to me. I'm not that tall, but you can see the difference. So the director was amazed and was impressed. He said, this guy's tall. Okay, so one problem solved with such a small detail. That's a part of like being there and solving problems. Trust and credibility, which is what I was saying before, by the building relationship, the communication and interpersonal skills. You have to get there to get out for dinner. If somebody visits Greece, you need to bring him to the office. You need to show him the Greek hospitality, and you need to welcome him at home. Player club matchmaking, which is what we discussed previously about the market knowledge. We need to see which player fits to what club. Conflict of management, conflicts may arise. You mediate and resolve issues between players and clubs. Many recent stories about racism, about some red card from an ugly event that happened during a game. There are so many things that you need to be on a daily operation and ready to protect the rights of your clients. And this creates needs, not because you cannot know everything. So you have to know the right person that can deal with the proper and the problem that is there. I would put there also, I would add a case of an injury, of a serious and complicated injury that might risk the career of a player. Long-term relationship building, which is also part of the trust and credibility. Okay, career management. Okay, this is crucial because, okay, theoretically I wish I could represent every player when he's at 16, 17 years old, ready for his first step. And then, you know, we can develop his mind, we can teach him a bit about the way that he should think in football, the way that he should think about his daily nutrition, his fitness, the way that he should work during the summer breaks, about his body and about his mind. But unfortunately, we don't have, you know, always, we're not able always to get the players at the right time. So sometime we need to work different strategies. So when I sign a player who is already 23, who needs to reestablish his career because he used to be a super talent and suddenly something happened, wrong decision, unlucky, injury, whatever, and then we have to revise it and think about how turn this around. So you have a different plan. You make one step back in order to be ready to make 2 steps forward. And then that is the long-term career planning, basically. Advising of transfers and moves, similar. You need to advise why a striker needs to go to the Netherlands, why you don't have to get a club that offers you more money in a league like Italy to make your first step in Europe, and you should prefer to go and choose to go and select to go to to Netherlands. Because for a striker, which is a very simplification of what I tried to say, for a striker, everything is perfect in Netherlands. You have multiple spaces, and Vasily, I'm sure that you are a specialist on this, also in your YouTube channel. So there are many ways in order to promote your player and really advise him to go to the right place in order to maximize his potential. So that's also the development opportunities. You know, there are several clubs that really pay attention in the individual working of players, which sometimes you need it in different positions that you play. Give you an example, for example, like an example is in Liverpool. Liverpool, they've got, I think there was the first club that really hired a throw-in coach. So like there are specific details that in specific clubs you get development. Performance and progress monitoring, we need to follow up all the time, every weekend. How did you play? Why did you do this mistake? We need to have obviously specialists, people inside our company to work individually with each player, balancing short-term and long-term interests, okay, the immediate needs and opportunities that he has. Maybe, as I said before, there is a plan right now for a player that we will finish the season because it will be best for him and make the transfer in June. But then suddenly in his position, at the club that we really love to go, there is an injury or there is a need or a player left to another transfer, to another club. So creates an opportunity. Then we have to make a quick decision. We need to be always ready. And also, we need to be ready in case the player does a fantastic season. We need to be ready in case things don't go as we hope. So yes, that's the balancing short-term and long-term interests. And then post-career planning and personal development has to do with advising them using specialists from different areas to help them develop themselves as personalities and as professional footballers. Okay, now we go to marketing and branding. So marketing and branding, I think the best, let's say, people that have worked into that are the Americans. The Americans, especially, you know, starting from the NBA, they really worked at such a beautiful and productive way that the NBA top superstars ended up earning more from the sponsors than from their contracts. So this started to really develop and gets better magnitude through the social media, which showed, you know, like shows us the brand, the image, the acceptability, let's say, of the player to the public, and you know, you could really use the tools in order to bring up sponsors. So you have to create a brand image with specialists, and the brand image that For me, it's a unique example in Greece is the image of Kostas Tsimikas and the way we worked for his merchandise in order to really give the opportunity to the public to meet Kostas outside of football, to meet him as a person with what he really enjoys to do and what he loves to do. Obviously, as discussed before, the social media management, securing endorsement and sponsorships. This is something that requires, again, the ability to negotiate, to be ready to negotiate with the companies that you need to present to them a presentation of your client and explain to them why your client will increase their income, so you can negotiate it at a higher level. I don't know, Vasily, if you like to make any questions, please feel free to interrupt me. So, and then obviously the public relations, which is part of this industry. You need to go out, you need to meet people, you need to meet executives, CEOs of big companies, and then you start to build that. Crisis management, unfortunately, there are so many issues that you have to deal. I mean, could be doping, could be, as I said before, racism activity, could be tough foul, or like a drunk drive in the evening, returning home, or alcohol. There are many issues that can happen, and then your telephone suddenly rings, and then you say, "No, I don't like that. It's too late. It shouldn't happen." So it's there, and then the personal appearance management, which we have to understand through the social media management. What do people like to see from the specific client? And the personal appearance is crucial, because what we have realized over the years is that people like for you to be original. They like to see you original. You don't need to pretend. And that is something that is crucial. Legal guidance, I'm not going to stay for a long to that slide, because the legal guidance, in my opinion, even though I've got deep knowledge of the sports law, in my opinion, we should always collaborate with a trustful lawyer. Not for the negotiations and for the contract and the structure, but especially in case of a dispute, to go to CAS to protect the rights of the client. On the other side, from our position, we need to educate the players about the basics, regulations in football, what they should do, what they should not do. And this is something that we need to teach them, so they understand why things happen, and I think it develops them further. Financial advice, all right, they've got the money now. We've done a great job. We took them to a nice club. They're earning huge amount of money. We brought them some nice endorsements. They've got some nice sponsors. They've got some nice clothing. Now it's time, what to do with your money? I should have added that to the slide, but I think people who are operating in the States could confirm that there is an amount of like 70% of NFL players that they earn more money than the NBA players. That 5 years post their career, they're broke, they're bankrupt, and they're earning huge amount of money. Now, why are they bankrupt? For several reasons. But for that reason, we need also to have specialists and to be very careful. And our role is to protect our client, because he trusts us. And then our network needs to be carefully selected to avoid any problems that might arise, or any thieves that might want to approach the player. How many of you have read articles that football players or basketball players have lost money from crooks and criminals around around the world? So the income management, assisting your clients in managing the earnings from their salaries, bonuses, to protect them. Bank, spread the risk, which bank you have to work with, the personal banking, to introduce them to some investment portfolio possibilities. The tax planning, which is important, especially when you're changing your country, when you're moving from country to country. You have to be very careful, because some of the sponsors are from another country. You are tax resident of another country. There are ways to protect your interests. That's why we are here. We don't need to say that in public. But on the other side, you have to be careful, because in a possible control and check, maybe you end up like Messi, who had big issues with taxation in Spain. So this includes also the investment advice about the real estate, or it comes over time. For me, a very important subject that we just need a special seminar just to analyze it, which is the retirement planning. It's the dual career as discussed, which now it's a big issue, taking into consideration what I said before regarding the 70% of bankruptcy professionals. So what are they doing after football? What are they doing after basketball? We need to educate them, which everybody is not going to become a coach or an agent or like an advisor or a sportscaster, So we need to find ways while they are still playing to create them, to show them the path in order to improve them, to be ready in order to develop themselves as they progress. Insurance and risk management. In some countries you are obliged to get an insurance in case of a serious injury to cover your health, but also the disability. Maybe you have like a disability that prevents you from playing football your whole career. So we have to find insurance and risk management. And then financial education. I move fast because I see, Harry, that the time is running out, so I have to be more quick. Okay. So then we have the personal support, which is another subject totally important in their lives, which is the way that you communicate with the client. The client needs to feel that you are there for him. I listen and I hear several times a few words, key words I would say, that one of those words really took my huge interest, the word respect. And then I say, what an 18-year-old means by respect, what a 30-year-old means by respect, what a 25-year-old young guy, still young, but a mature professional means about respect. So yes, we have to respect them. We have to respect them even they are earning 10 million a year, or even if they are injured, or even if they are not aware of something, if they are uneducated. We have to respect them because the efforts that they're doing, the efforts that they're making in order to develop and create a career, it's crazy. Guys, think about it. How many hundreds of thousands of kids are playing football here in Greece? I'm not going to say worldwide. So how many of them are going to develop themselves into top professionals earning money for their lives? So it's very difficult. You have big pressure. It's very difficult to become a football player. I don't like to hear from anybody that, hey, you earn so much money, but you just work for a few hours a day. It's not true. So crisis management, as discussed before, we have people, client managers that, they speak with the kids, they talk to them on a daily basis, weekly basis, once in a while, but still, we keep communication to hear what's happening. Maybe something inside the family, maybe something in their personal lives. So we need to be there for them. Media training. We will need your help maybe in the future about this, Vasilis, because it's important and goes back to the branding and to the image and to the marketing side, that the image of the player while talking to a crowd or while talking to a journalist after the game needs to be taught properly. After a game that you lost, maybe you are very angry, very upset. You need to calm down. You need to be properly educated in order to adjust to these situations. And obviously, the mentorship and guidance. This it's not important for you to study. You cannot study that. I think it's a part of experience. It's part of looking at personalities, looking at careers, check who is successful, who is not successful, what made him become successful, and then from your experience, the guidance that you offered, and the knowledge of the industry, and the education that you offer to the guys, for sure develop their brain, and they are ready to face all the possible risks that they're gonna find ahead to their career. So that was a part of the role of an agent. I don't know now we have the new FIFA regulations, but I'm not sure if you like
We
to
don't
make a
have
break or...
enough time, yeah.
Okay, all right.
But I think you have to talk about the challenges that they create.
Oh, I
the
mean,
new
you mean for the
regulations.
FIFA regulation? Yes, okay. Now we talked about the player and our role with the player. Now let's talk about our industry itself. You know, I got my first license in 2000, and that time you had to pass, examination. It was mandatory, and I did it in 2000. Now, 23 years since then, FIFA has been constantly changing the regulations on how you can become an agent. Finally, in 2015, they decided to get out and say, no, I don't want to deal with these crookie agents. Let them go to CAS. Let them be outside of my authority because there were too many conflicts and disputes. So, okay, let them go away. Let the local associations deal with it and the federations of each country. Let's do it. And then, trust me, guys, everybody became an agent. Everybody became an agent. You just had to pay a small fee, have a clean criminal record, which is finally something good. And then, by only those two documents, you were a football agent, regardless of even if you know what's the shape of a football. So, the last 2-3 years, FIFA obviously recognized the mistake, and they said, okay, now with the new regulations, what we're going to do, which is great, in my opinion, the first part, because the difficult parts are below. We have the mandatory licensing and examination, which is top, because you are obliged to take examinations, which are taking place in a FIFA platform twice every year. And then, from those examinations, you get the license. You pay, obviously, a fee, annual fee, and then you get your license. And then, at least that's a positive thing, because you just not need to have the examinations once, but every year you need to educate yourself and you need to follow some documentaries inside the platform of FIFA. Basic service standards. Okay, this includes a provision to reinforce the contract stability, protect the integrity of the transfer system, the TMS. They want to have a platform inside FIFA that the agents eventually will get paid through that directly, not through the club or through the player. But until then, they are advised that the player pays directly the agent. I'm not sure why it's happening like this. But anyway, then the problem here, it's the cap, and that we are not able to have multiple representation. So the cap on the agents, it's something that is really has really created conflicts and disputes between FIFA and several unions of agents. This is something that is right now being still discussed. It's official, but many federations and associations, as you will see in my next slide, which is the final, guys, have already won public cases against FIFA. So even though the full enforcement date is due already, like it's October the 1st, many associations, like the small countries of football in Germany, England, and Spain, they are not accepting it. So thankfully for us, in our profession, there were specific companies, agents, or unions that went against the FIFA regulations, the new FIFA regulations, and really managed to break them, to put a pause at the moment, and we will see where this thing goes. But as we speak, in Germany, England, and Spain, our viewers can really read the details of its decision. In those countries, we are still having the previous system. So that's something that it's being right now discussed, and we will see over the next month. So thank you very much.
Okay.
I finished.
Thank you so much. It was a small encyclopedia, especially for students who want to be at your shoes one day. So let's hear from someone who has done a deal with Leo Messi, among others, who has worked with City Group in football. Mr. Ajin Jacob Abraham is with us. Good evening. Good afternoon.
Hi, good afternoon, Vasilis. Again, my apologies. I'd rather have been in the better weather in Athens than stuck in Manchester, but I have some conflicting schedules, like Mr. Paschallis was saying, we have to rub shoulders with important people in the industry, and there's an event this evening that I needed to be at, so couldn't be in two places at the same time. So I do apologize for not being there in person, but lovely to be invited to be part of the Frontrunners in Sports Management 5.0 by the organizers and yourself for moderating this panel.
From all the things that Paschallis talked about during his presentation, which is the one you find more insightful for the students, and which is the one, maybe more than one, that you should add your insights?
Yeah, firstly, again, congratulations to Mr. Paschallis for what he's built, right? It's incredible to see people with a drive who are so successful in building a business. Running a business is never easy, as he would testify. And credit to him for the players that he represents today, and that market share that you have in Greece with pro sport is amazing. So well done to you for what you built over the last 2 decades or so. I was a student once, so to answer your question, Vasilis, I think some of those elements that Mr. Paschallis talked about resonate so much. I'm an engineer by education. My roots are in India, and I was a good footballer, but not good enough to make it to the top level. So my parents told me either be a doctor or an engineer. I became an engineer, and I continued playing the sport. And I had this itch in me to work in professional sport, especially in football. So if I couldn't get to the pitch, try and get as close to the pitch as possible. That was my goal. And I ended up coming to the UK, where I'm now based. Did an MBA in football industries from the University of Liverpool, and started knocking on doors. So to what Mr. Paschallis said about, the qualities you need in an agent, it's also the qualities you need as a young professional in this industry. If you're looking to break into sport, it's a very brutal industry, I would say, in the sense that it's not what you know, it's who you know that really matters. It's about being persistent, being resilient. There's a lot of rejection in the work that we do. How can you make that rejection into something positive and keep pushing yourself to keep showing up again and again and again, just like Mr. Paschallis does for his clients, right? So there's always challenges. How do you show up, build relationships, and it's all about relationships in this industry. So like I said, it's who you know, what you know. The clients you work for, the people you represent, how do you get the best for them? Whether that's, like you said, a player who's earning $10 million a year, or a player who's earning $100,000 a year, each taken care of individually, respectfully, and doing the best for them. I think that's very important. So again, true human values is very important. Not everybody is cut out to do this, but I believe everybody is sitting there, who has a bit of drive, who has a bit of ambition, can make it. If I always say, if I can do, get into the industry, anybody can.
Yeah, you make it sounds like it's easy to make a deal with Lionel Messi, but in terms of influencer marketing, you think we think that football players are regarded as mega influencers. How is it for you as an people who is in this industry?
Yeah, absolutely. A top professional footballer, athlete, male or female, at this point in time is kind of like at the intersection of entertainment, culture, and the platform they have in sport, right? So Leo is a wonderful example, right? We work with a global edtech brand called Byju's, who had certain objectives that they wanted to hit in certain key markets of the world, wanted to have a big key figure that would help with certain objectives they had around brand awareness, unaided awareness, recall, dissemination of content. So Leo is again one of the most followed footballers on social media. So it just made a lot of sense that he hit every metric in a scorecard that was created for the brand. And again, to the point that we talk about Leo, who's a mega superstar, there are other players in the industry as well who are doing really well with endorsements because, again, they have an audience that they've built over time because of the work that they do on the pitch. That's increased the affinity towards these players. So quite a lot of the clubs that they play for now also rely on those channels that those players have to bring new audiences into the club's fold. So the balance of play previously used to be with the clubs, and it's shifted massively, since obviously Pele and Maradona, those superstars. But more recently, if you look at it from the likes of Cristiano Ronaldo to Leo Messi, the two big, who's the greatest of all time conversation that everybody has on social media, to the likes of Kylian Mbappe, to Jude Bellingham, Erling Haaland. There's some big players with some huge audiences that brands want to be associated with. Doing deals is not easy, like Mr. Paschalis said. There has to be a fit, there has to be an alignment of values. The price has to be right, and it's a big negotiation. That deal with Messi that we did from start to finish took 9 months to close. So many a times that deal died, and we had to bring it back to life. But that's the nature of any deal.
Yeah. AJ, it was great to have you. Thank you very much, and let's
No,
say
thank
that
you.
next time we will meet here.
Of course, yeah. Thank you for having me. Appreciate it.
Great, thank you. Paschalis, the most common question. I'm studying sports management. I want to be an agent. What should I do first?
Okay. For me, first of all, you need to finish your university degree.
Yeah.
Study hard. Then, obviously, you just need to, in my opinion, a very good advantage for the people that would like to join us in this profession is the knowledge of foreign language. You need to learn. You need to speak as many foreign languages you can. Not because there's no translators or you can just not speak in English, but I think it's a cultural issue that once you speak somebody to his own language, he feels more open and more ready to do business with you. Then, right now, to read the FIFA regulations, FIFA helped us with the new platform and learn about everything. Travel, meet people, enjoy the game, learn about the game, learn about business, and it will come naturally.
Okay, great. And another question, the last one. How has the relationship between football agents and football clubs evolved in Greece?
Okay, can we have more, let's say, details? Because it's a crucial question. I want to be very careful before I answer.
Yeah.
What do you mean exactly?
How this relationship evolved during the years?
It's crucial. It's crucial to say. Obviously, like we are not there to get the money from the club to our pockets. We are there to bring more money to them, because we are an exporting industry as a country. We are not a big industry like England or like Germany or like Spain, as discussed before. Even Spain is not anymore. We in order for the clubs to survive, they need to sell the players abroad. They need to bring income from their academies. They need to bring income from the transfers to bigger leagues of their top talents. And for that reason, they need us.
Yeah.
They need us. They need us. And this is what I think will give an extra boost to the market, the trust that they should give to the Greek agents. And this is something that I hope over the next years it will further develop and
especially
grow.
you are trying to build that, I know.
Thank you very much.
My last final question. Which task is more difficult, to find a player or to find a good deal for a player?
Okay. To find a good deal for the appropriate player. This is my answer.
Okay.
Both are very difficult.
Great. Pascal, thank you very much. I think that you gave a lot of value for the students. If I was one, I would very much. I would be thankful.
I appreciate your comments.
Great. So thank you all, and let's meet next year.
Hello everyone. Welcome back. We are at the Front Runners in Sports Management 5.0. This is our first day at DERI, the American College of Greece, and now we move on to our next session, which is about golf tourism, golfing holidays, and destinations. Together with us, we have, of course, Mr. David Ashington, General Manager of Costa Navarino Golf, Mr. Panos Sabaziotis, who is the Golf and Sports Manager for Porto Karas Grand Resort, and Mr. Akis Tsolis, CEO of Active Media Group. I will give the speech now to our moderator, Mr. Stefanos Avramidis, who is a sport journalist and commentator for Cosmote TV and Sportal.gr.
Hello everyone. I'm delighted to be here to host this very interesting discussion as a moderator. Having been born in the mid-70s, I remember myself growing up as a child, hearing more or less frequently or reading about President of Greece, Mr. Konstantinos Karamanlis, and his love for golf. Those were the days that those were the years that golf, if not exotic, seemed like a very difficult sport, even entrenched. Fast forward 2023, obviously golf here in Greece has evolved, has spread, but let's be honest, is still not struggling, but trying to establish itself as a pastime, especially as our guests will be able to elaborate in a few minutes, a vacation sport. And I personally believe that there is no better scenery for this amazing sport or better climate for this amazing sport than the beautiful, sunny and warm country of ours. And obviously, the floor agrees and is here to make its point. Here in Greece, we are known as perfect hosts. So I think that I speak for all three of us, for all of us. Mr. Ashington, the floor is yours.
Thank you. So thank you for inviting me here. It's great to be part of this important show, and really interesting that the previous topics were about how you get into a sport, and I think it was AJ that mentioned if you couldn't be on the pitch, you wanted to be as close to the pitch as possible. And that's pretty much how it works for me as well. So I want to run you through this presentation today about golf tourism, specifically linked to Greece. So we'll run through that. A little bit about myself, really, we'll start there, is the top picture is me playing my playing days. I'm a PGA professional, and I wanted to be Tiger Woods. I wanted to be on the pitch like AJ, but that didn't happen. I wanted to be Tiger Woods and be on the TV playing golf. But then things changed. I realized that wasn't going to be the career for me, and I've evolved into resort management, and particularly linked to the golf arena. So over 20 years now in the tourism industry, all spent in Southern Europe. So I learnt about Brexit very early, I think, to leave 20 years ago and take up what you mentioned is resorts really in excellent climates where they can have a great offering with a tourism element that's strong. So I've been in Portugal, Spain and Greece, looking after 5 different products, all in the luxury and ultra-luxury segment. And when you're working in these types of products, it's essential that you also have really close working relationships with your tourism boards, because that's how you develop destinations and nation tourism as well, national tourism. So you work at regional level as well as national level tourist boards. You have open discussions there, talking about flight access, developing the product, the local community, the local economy, and all sorts of things like that. So responsibilities as a general manager, you need to manage up as well as down. So you're working closely with your board, you're sharing your vision, you're listening to their vision on what they want for the product and how they see it evolving, okay? And then naturally you're managing your teams to make sure that they deliver all of those areas. We work closely on the budgeting, okay? That's a huge responsibility of mine. In terms of what I look for there is you're doing annual budgeting based on what's needed from the business year to year. But I'd also like to have a nice 5-year plan, a midterm plan, which I call fluid. so it can work within the concepts of where you're going. Is new emerging markets happening? Can you grow? Is there something that can affect your business? And in tourism, we've seen many things that have affected our business. Going back through my lifetime, we've sort of had banking crises, we've had ash clouds, and the most recent one would be COVID. So nobody expected COVID to come through, but actually what was most interesting about COVID was how the rebound happened. Everybody was forecasting, and I think you'll share that vision with me, we all forecasted a slow emergence from COVID, but actually the rebound was explosive. The need and the want to travel became more and more prevalent in the industry and from the clients' wants, and literally it exploded off the scene, and everything moved forward very quickly, and we have to have fluid plans to deal with that demand and how we handle the clients. Then there's the sales and marketing element, okay? So we have consolidated markets that we need to work on, evolve, make sure they're sustainable. Is there peaks? Is there things that are going to drop off in the consolidated arena? And then we focus very heavily on emerging markets. Is there a new market that we can really work and develop on? So you have to have a wider vision as well on the marketplace in general. And you need to ensure that that marketing strategy fits all of those areas, okay? It's fundamental that you work with your consolidated areas as well as investing into new developing markets that you feel can really add value to your resort. Naturally, in the responsibilities, you've got product conditioning. So the golf course is a live product. It needs maintenance every day. You need to make sure that you're looking after that and ensure that the golf course is in pristine conditions on a day-to-day basis, because your guest experience, expectations level is very, very high. You're also planning in advance for seasonality, okay? So the conditioning of your golf course will change from what's required in spring to what's required in summer, autumn, and then the winter time. Okay, so you're making sure that that planning and also the financials that are required are already in place for your teams to ensure that the golf course is in excellent condition. Then there's the operational management side. Now that's ensuring that your teams are ready and willing to welcome the guests and give them a super guest experience. So we work quite closely on developing what we call the customer journey. The customer journey is really important from the very first moment that they contact you. So that is from the initial telephone call, the initial email, the reservation process, the pre-arrival process. How does that look? Is that exciting the guests to come to your resort? Then the on-site experience, and through to the post experience. Are you enhancing them to come back? Are you following up? Did you have a great time? We look forward to welcoming you back next year. So that's all sits under the operational management side. And then there's the asset management as well. So asset management is ensuring that the asset overall value is protected or enhanced, okay? So your owners have invested a lot of money into the product to develop it, and your responsibility is to make sure that's good. Now that can be not only the golf course, you're looking at buildings, okay? So we've all got great clubhouses. We actually have 3 at Costa Navarino that we need to ensure are in pristine condition. Are you forecasting that there might be some investments required? Are they needed next year, 3 years, 5 years? You need to ensure that your board are ready to make those investments. And then also you've got a lot of machinery with you at golf resorts as well. So your greenkeepers have a lot of expensive machinery. You need to make sure that those assets are managed. We're looking at movable assets, so that's buggies and greens machines and vehicles at 60 million euros. So you need to ensure that that is taken care of.
60 or 16?
60. It's a huge number, yeah. And believe me, the first purchase is... Now, there's different ways of managing that. Do you lease it or do you buy it? And if you buy it, who do you sell it on to? And what's the resale value of that? So there's all those things that you need to take into consideration in terms of the assets that you're buying and how you look after them going forward. So a little bit about Costa Navarino. So Costa Navarino, located in Messina, is spread across 13 kilometers, okay? So we've got Navarino Dunes to the left side there, our waterfront and bay area, and the hills. So being a general manager of a resort like that, you've got a lot of clients in a lot of different places. So again, when you go back to the previous slide when we're looking at operations, it's fundamental that you've got a very good control on your clients, where they are there any VIPs in-house, you know, ensuring everybody has a really phenomenal time on your resort in all the different locations that we have. So really, the thing about Costa Navarino is it's moved from a resort now into a fully fledged destination. And this is sort of a timeline of how that progressed. So really in 2006, I mean, this is a very, very short timeline here. In 2006, they started the development of the Dunes, the Bay Course, the Westin and the Romanos hotels, okay? But your work starts there. So whilst this is in process of being developed, you need a sales and marketing, you need PR, you need a lot of things ready in place for when you open. And on 2010, we opened the Romanos Hotel and the Westin Hotel, as well as the Dunes Golf Course. So the day that you open that facility, the clients won't just arrive that day. You need to have pre-sold that a long time in advance. 1 year later, we opened the Bay Course in 2011. And in 2018, we started a new major development, which was to add 2 more luxury hotels, one in the luxury segment and one in the ultra-luxury segment. So we now have the W and the Mandarin Oriental, as well as developing 2 new golf courses, the Hills and the International Olympic Academy Golf Course. So again, what we're looking at here is what you need to do in advance of these facilities opening. And again, the clientele will change. So the guests that are willing to come to the Mandarin Hotel is a different type of guest. So we need to ensure that the marketing and the direction that we're taking it fits in to ensure that the sales and the progress comes through. Oops. So now, as a destination, we have 4 products on our hands, okay? So we've got the Westin Hotel, we've got the Romanos Hotel, which is part of the luxury collection. We have the W Costa Navarino and the Mandarin Oriental, again, spread across that 13 kilometers, and 4 signature golf courses. The 4 signature golf courses are designed by leading golf course architects across the globe. So we have the Dunes course, which was designed by Bernard Langer in the top left-hand corner. The Bay course, which is a Robert Trent Jones golf course. Our Hills and Olympic Academy golf courses are designed by Jose Maria Olazabal. I'm going to rewind now and start talking about how I got into the tourism industry and what was my first task. So when I first started, you know what it's like. You go through the interviewing stage, it's all smiles and shaking hands and everything's all really, really nice. And my owner came in about a week later with I wouldn't say a smiley face anymore. And he popped down on my desk a report from KPMG, who we all know is worldwide leaders in data study. I'm a big data fan. And he popped on my desk the 2006 KPMG report, which talked about the tourism impact on from golf, okay? And the numbers were eye-watering, and now this is back in 2006. So this is Europe alone. It was developing 19.6 billion in direct revenues. It was developing 48.3 billion in total economic value. And it was representing 13.3 billion in GDP to the countries, okay? So it's a huge added value to any destination is the golf element, okay? And I want to break those down now. So what does direct mean and what is the total economic value? How does that look? So the economic values are built around these structures. So it's the initial travel. The client will be booking the flight travel to come to you, additional transportation that's required to get from airports to destination. Then there's the package, okay? So that's the package they've pre-bought in advance. They will have pre-bought their rooms that's probably got breakfast included. Maybe they go for half board or whatever your offerings are. And then there is the golf rounds as well. So that's part of the golf package. That's the attraction to bring them to your product in the first place. Then there's the on-resort spend, okay? The on-resort spend is wide-ranging. I mean, we've got a tremendous amount of facilities on Costa Navarino, from on-sea resort activities, we've got kids clubs, we've got a numerous range of activities that people will spend additional funds on the resort. Then you've got food and beverage, so where are they going for dinner, entertainment, spa facilities, all of those things. But I think what destinations really develop from is how they help the off-course areas as well, okay? So off-resort spend is actually really big, and that built part of the indirect spend, okay? So when we looked at the last slide with 19 billion, when it increases, it's where they're spending their money once they're off your resort. And again, that's transportation. That could be a taxi, it could be a bus ride, it could be a train journey, anything like that. There's the additional entertainment that they do outside of your resort. They might be eating outside of the resort. Everybody likes to have a cultural experience in the region where they are. And then there's sightseeing and excursions. So here in Greece, we're lucky we can get out onto the water very, very easily and have a beautiful view out there in the sea. And also, isn't there just an amazing amount of sites that you can see? We're privileged to be close to some really fantastic ones. We had some guests recently that travelled all the way to Olympia to see that fantastic area there. And then importantly, which often gets overlooked, is actually the real estate value, okay? So if the clients come to your destination and they're blown away by the experience and they really fall in love, which you can do with Greece, that adds to a value of, should I live here? Can I see myself living here? Second homes are hugely popular now and have been. So that could either be for personal holidays, so we want to come in Easter, summer, etc., to longer stays, okay? Second home, particularly now with the working from home environment, people are really, really looking at that. So the added value from that, from a GDP perspective, can be buying on resort or buying off resort, okay? People might just love the local area and see they want to be out in nature, things like that, closer to the seafront. So the real estate value is actually huge when you're looking at that. And golf can be a big bearer of that. If you actually dig in to the reasons why, if they've bought on or near a golf resort, golf will be in the top 3 reasons that they bought that property. So it's really interesting to look at the economic values that they can be brought to the regions from golf. So, okay, we've talked about my responsibilities a little bit. Where is my eagle eye? Okay, you have excuse the pun there with the eagle, but it's a golfing term. So as a general manager, you have to, as we spoke about earlier in responsibilities, you're looking at different things that you can manage on a weekly, monthly, quarterly basis. But my eagle eye is always on the top line revenue growth. How are we developing the business? Because if you can keep increasing the top line, your profitability becomes better, okay? So the principal factor of anything with tourism is how we get there. How is that initial journey? That elaborates on everything that you want to do in terms of marketing and direct access. So you have short haul travel, which is a journey that's anything up to 3 hours in flight time, okay? This should be your premium focus. This is, if it's easily accessible, your audience is more captive, okay? Then you've got mid-haul travel. Now, mid-haul travel is somewhere in the region of 3 to 6 hours. It depends on the measurement. Airlines sometimes measure by kilometers or by hours of flight. So mid-haul one, you should definitely have an eye on because you can capture more things. So particularly Costa Navarino, we're looking at the colder northern European countries where golf courses are potentially closed in the winter, and coming to our region would be hugely valuable because they cannot play golf in their home country. And then you've got long-haul travel, which is a completely different element. How do you break into the Americas? How do you break into Asia and Australasia areas? And that is a totally different look because they are often multi-center ventures, okay? So that is a longer stay that takes in different things, okay? So you need to build a business case study, sales and marketing plan structured all around the different journeys that the client's going to take to reach you. So the short haul might be a shorter stay, 3-4 nights. The mid haul will probably be a longer stay, and the long haul travel could vary completely differently. And also measuring what your client expectation is. If you're on a shorter haul one, you probably want to jump into the resort, play some golf and leave us within a short space of time. Mid-haul, they'll be looking at different things like we just spoke about. The excursions, the sightseeing, the additional value that is in the region. And long haul, it's all about a total experience package.
Which of these 3 categories is the most challenging marketing-wise?
I would say naturally by demographic, it's the long haul. And that is purely based on the sales and marketing that starts to when that client reaches you is a longer period. It can be in excess of 12 months, okay? You can do sales and marketing in the short haul that has a 3 to 6 month span, but the long haul, from your investment to seeing that client on site, it takes a longer challenge. So talking about those accessibility, really, we obviously focus our first instance onto Kalamata, which is the nearest airport to the resort, but naturally not all countries and demographics arrive into Kalamata. So we also have to look at the different other airports and accessibility, and also we can work with boats as well. So cruises are quite popular. So where are the people? Costa Navarino is obviously a premium product, and it's already on the radar for those guests. So we can get clients arriving on a cruise ship into Athens that will happily make that trip down to play our product. They've heard about it, they've seen it, and they really want to experience Costa Navarino. So again, it's building the sales and marketing plan about the accessibility. Then it's knowing your flight schedules. When are they? When do we need to target? So for instance, the reason that Costa Navarino generally closes during the winter is the accessibility point, okay? So we'll see there from the dates that actually it starts very slowly in February and then increases in March and increases in April, and that longevity sticks until the end of the summer and then slowly develops off. So you need to build again your programs, your packages, all around the accessibility and the timings. So key focus areas for us is always based on best access, okay? And again, from a sales and marketing perspective, you're looking at what is the population of the country that can get to us. So we look there at Austria, we understand the population, and we understand the number of golfers, okay? So you're looking at 194,000 golfers in Austria. What are their needs? What are they looking for? And there you look at all of the different main access that comes into Kalamata Airport, and we immediately start our programs based on those countries because we know that they are getting into the local area and they are keen golfers because we have that data there on the golfers. This data is out there. I would suggest that anybody that is in golf management to look at KPMG reports, look at the RNA forecasts, and this sort of data is readily available for anybody to find, and you can build your sales and marketing programs around that and your accessibility to your product. So again, the eagle eye. So where are those destinations that are finding it difficult to get to us? How can we develop that business? So if we look at France, they're in excess of 1 million golfers. Ireland, in excess of 1 million golfers. Sweden, in excess of 1 million golfers. So that's 3 million golfers out there in Europe, so with access, that we need to try and generate that business. So we're developing plans behind that and how we reach that guest and what can we do to incentivize them to come to Costa Navarino. And I've left one out there, in a bit of a curveball, is Iceland. Okay?
Impressive percentage.
That's exactly it. So again, pleased our marketing manager is in the audience with us as well. This was a case study for us. I've done it before in a previous resort, that actually the population is very low, but the number of golfers is very, very high. And what does that mean to you from a marketing perspective is that you could take out a page in a Sunday magazine knowing, based on those ratios, that 1 in 5 people plays golf, which is a really impressive stat and one that you don't get with the other destinations there that have in excess of 1 million golfers. So you're actually reaching the table of the key market that you want very, very easily in Iceland. That means your online sales can be, your online programs can be done very well, your media programs can be done very well, and you're not reliant really on independent companies to help you. We're then looking at the client types, okay? So there's different type of clients that want to come to your resort. Are you building packages that suit all needs? So we have FIT bookings. So FIT bookings is anything up to 16 guests. It's small, it's easy. They're generally looking for basic things and to come and have an enjoyable experience. Then you have group bookings, which is 16 and above. this suddenly the demographic of what they want changes. They probably want all their rooms close together. They probably want pre-booked dining experiences. They probably want pre-booked excursions or other activities inside their package. So you need to make sure that you've got that ready rather than have an "I'll get back to you" answer. Nobody likes that answer. I'll send you an email, I'll follow up. That doesn't work. Okay? Make sure you've got everything ready for your different types of clients that come through. Then there's corporate. What is corporate? Corporate could be a company that's doing an incentive. The incentive might be our top 50 salespeople from BMW. We're taking them away to Costa Navarino. We're playing golf. We're doing this. We're doing that. It's a really important arena for us. It could be a product launch. It could be one of the top leading golf companies that want to launch a product. And where's better to do it and take photos and showcase their new product than with a nice seafront background with beautiful sunshine and blue sky. Then you've got professional groups. Professional groups would be, there's a wide number of golf courses across the world that you get in touch with their head professional and you see what their needs and requirements are from the club. Again, if you're looking into the colder countries, then the pro at the golf club will be happy to take his members away. Perhaps he's looking at doing additional revenue by doing tuition trips, but make sure you've got everything ready for what they want as well. And then there's tournaments. Now, tournaments can range from anything from amateur level tournaments to medium-sized pro tournaments, pro-ams, for example, right through to staging professional tournaments. And we host a number of those at Costa Navarino. But each and every one has its different needs and requirements, and you need to make sure you've got programs and ready answers to engage that arena, but also make it easy for them to say yes. That's the best. If you're prepared, the easy answer is yes. So then you've got your segmentation. So segmentation really is split in two. You've got your B2B, which is business to business. So that's working closely with international tour operators. So there's a huge number of tour operators that specifically sell golf-only holidays. Okay? That is their core business. They actually build all their branding around it. So you've got companies like Golf Breaks and Your Golf Travel. That is their key core business. They only sell golf holidays. So you need to build relationships with them. You need to build your relationships with the ones that can access you well, and also develop the marketing that's required to make your resort the standout product inside their brochure, their website, everything like that. Then, as we spoke about with tournaments, you've got event organizers. Event organizers specifically do events. So they will be looking at doing golf tournaments at your venue or product launches that require golf. And again, you need to have everything ready for that through the B2B channel. Then you've got inbound travel companies. Now, inbound travel companies will be companies based in Greece that do a lot of logistical things, so such as transfers, sightseeing, tours, everything like that. And again, you need to ensure that you've got a case, a product, and a sales program specifically for that area. And then you've got travel agencies, which is often mixed up with a tour operator. Now, a travel agency is an independent company that just produces travel, and it could be anything really. It could be leisure, it could be a cruise, it could be anything. And again, they generally work on commission, but it sits in your B2B segment, and you need to ensure that you've got everything in their hands to help promote you, help push you, and keep that client flow coming through. More challenging often is the B2C. Okay, so that's direct to the consumer. How do you reach your consumers? Is your website covering enough of what they need? So we've talked about different client types and what their needs and requirements are. Are you promoting that you do that on your website? Are we telling them what that looks like? Can I do a product launch? Is there somebody that's from BMW saying, do Costa Navarino do events like I'm looking at? And if you can propose that to them, that it's easily findable, they will engage with you and start that communication to host. Then there's golf media. A lot of golf media have a lot to write about. It could be product launches for golf equipment. It could be international tournaments that are on TV. But golf travel is a huge feature inside of that. Okay? Are we present? Are we making the right impact in the golf media? Are we inviting them to see our product? Do they need to develop anything to help us a little bit more and help themselves? And in terms of Costa Navarino, we're looking at moving more into lifestyle and luxury, okay? So when you have products that we have, all of our hotels are 5-star to 5-star plus. We should be inside lifestyle magazines that are linked to, so we work with Financial Times, for instance, with the how to spend it. And inside there, you might have a luxurious watch, you might have a really nice car, but we also have a really nice product to produce travel. So working closely with lifestyle and luxury media as well. And then there's your social media, which has just exploded, as we know, over the years, with multiple channels.
Okay. Mr. Ashington, thank you very much for now. I know, because I had a brief look, that there are some more aspects on your presentations. We will be able to tackle them during the
absolutely
question session.
Sure.
So you are giving the floor. Thank you very much, Mr. Gazagiotis.
Hello, I'm Panagiotis Abaziotis. I'm the golf and sports manager in Porto Carras. I would like to thank you. I would like to thank the organizers for having me here today. It's a pleasure for me. So, αλλάζω από εδώ. So here we have the number of golfers by year in Europe. As you can see, since 2012 to 2022, this number, the amount of golfers has doubled from 7 million, 7.5 million. Now in 22, we had 14 million golfers only in Europe. So that means that the golf industry is evolving rapidly, and it will continue to evolving rapidly. So that means that also the desire for the golf destination is increasing also. So here we have the European countries with the most active golfers. First place, okay, is England with total population 56 million, with active golfers, of course, more than 3 million. Then follows Germany, France, and then is Sweden. Sweden has the biggest percentage of active golfers in Europe, maybe also in the world, I'm not sure, but I think that is the country with the biggest percentage of active golfers based on its population. As you can see, Sweden has 10 million, like Greece, and they have active golfers more than 1 million. Or at the same time, here in Greece, we have maximum 1,000 active golfers, Greek golfers.
Correct.
So here we have, I would like to say, kinds of golf holidays. It's tournaments, professional groups holidays, combination between golf and gastronomy, combination between golf and spa, family holidays, and lifetime golf holidays is an apartment or villa owner, like David said before, is really, really important, the real estate asset in golf industry. What do you need to be a golf destination? On one place, what needs to be a golf destination? It needs at least 3 golf courses, needs 5-star hotels, needs restaurants, activities, which can be spa, tennis, of course, easy access, and the most important, in my opinion, is the favorable weather condition, which we have here in Greece, absolutely. It was short. David said all before, so
he's covered all.
Yeah, he's covered all in detail.
I have a question for you both. In comparison with the other markets here in Southern Europe, because it's pretty obvious if we compare ourselves to the markets in the Northern Europe, which are Greece's advantages? Comparing to Turkey, maybe?
I'd say comparing to Turkey, it's that Turkey does offer purely all-inclusive, and that can be seen as a benefit and a negative at the same time. I would say that Greece is considered an emerging market in the golf tourism industry at the moment, okay, and that's what we need to try and develop, and I'm so delighted that Porto Carras is starting to develop. It will only help. It will have bigger coverage inside magazines. and media in general if you've got more product in the marketplace. So at the moment, really, our key competitor markets is Spain, Portugal, and Turkey. So Portugal, where I've worked for many, many years, on the Algarve coast there, they have 39 golf courses in a radius of 120 kilometres. So it's a big competitor stage. Most European countries, as you move into the warmer weather areas, do have golf tourism. So I think it's critical now that that Greece looks at it in many ways in development, in terms of extending the seasons, which helps the jobs and the local communities as well, and as well as the benefits of real estate.
Sabaziodis, anything
I
to
agree
add?
100% with David. The favorable weather conditions are really, really important. And because with these conditions, we can extend, as David said, the season from February, March, let's say, until the end of November easily, or even all year round.
So, let us complete our floor with Mr. Tzolis and his views, his presentation.
Thank you very much. I'm just here on behalf of Mr. Thanos Karagias, who unfortunately had a COVID, let's say, issue, and on behalf of Bird Events. Bird Events is an event company in golf tourism, having a very successful event called Maritime Golf Event that happens in Glyfada and in Costa Navarino. Actually, this year, in 2024, is going to be our 10th year in Costa Navarino, having this maritime event. I would like our production to have a video, and even if we can, if David agrees, let's see also the video of Costa Navarino after our video.
That'd be super, yeah.
Okay, so let's watch these two videos and then talk about it a little bit.
Καταρχάς, είμαστε πολύ χαρούμενοι που βρισκόμαστε πάλι στις εγκαταστάσεις της Κώστα Ναβαρίνο.
Ο καιρός τελικά ήταν πολύ καλύτερος από ό,τι περιμέναμε. Είχαμε πολλές συμμετοχές στο τουρνουά και είναι όλοι πολύ χαρούμενοι. Αυτοί που έχουν έρθει για πρώτη φορά εντυπωσιάστηκαν με τις εγκαταστάσεις, αλλά και με τη διοργάνωση γενικά.
Golf is a game, it's a social game. A game where you have the chance to meet each other while you play, while you test yourself. I hope you enjoyed it today. Me and my team, we had a really great time at the day course.
Είμαι πολύ χαρούμενος που βλέπω το τουρνουά να εξελίσσεται κάθε χρόνο, να έχει φοβερή απήχηση από την ναυτιλία και όχι μόνο.
Να παρουσιάζουμε καινούριους χορηγούς και να βλέπουμε καινούργια πρόσωπα.
Και κάθε χρόνο να έρχονται όλο και περισσότεροι.
Το Golf Clinic, όπως κάθε χρόνο, έφερε σε πρώτη επαφή με το golf αρκετό κόσμο.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of Greek Maritime Golf Event, I would like to welcome you all here tonight.
Για του χρόνου, αυτό που ευχόμαστε είναι να ξαναβρισκόμαστε πάλι στις εγκαταστάσεις της Κώστα Ναβαρίνο.
Με περισσότερες συμμετοχές κάθε φορά.
A place of unparalleled beauty, which lies in the second peninsula of Halkidiki Key, under the shadow of Mount Athos and across from Mount Olympus. This place is a hidden heaven, full of lush forests, beautiful bays, hills, breathtaking views of the Aegean Sea. Famous five-star resort is built here, carrying a long legendary history. Many VIPs have been coming to Puerto Carras since the 80s. Royals, artists, significant political figures, and celebrities enjoyed staying here, exploring their own private paradise. In 1976, the first owner, Ioannis Karras, constructed the hotels after falling deeply in love with this natural oasis. The hotel buildings are the original designs of Walter Gropius, extremely advanced and contemporary for their time. These architectural gems captured visitors, always luring them into extending their stay for more. But it's not only the location and the buildings. Inside the hotel complex, there are two casinos, offering a gaming experience to visitors. Take a breath. We are going under the blue-green, crystal-clear water. Natural beauty and marine diversity is lying on the seabed, and also along the 9 kilometers of coastline. Sandy beaches and coves full of shady pine forests encompass the 25 secluded bays of the coast. Following the sea, we reach the marina. One of the largest private marinas in Greece, with 315 berths, which can accommodate large luxury vessels and mega yachts. Flying over the unique and only golf course in northern Greece, you can see why it holds the title of the best golf hotel in Greece. Complete with 18-hole and par 72 signature courses that can satisfy the most demanding golfers. Overlooking the Aegean, 1.7 square kilometers full of vines amphitheatrically formed on hills constitute the largest organic vineyard in Greece and one of the biggest in Europe. 26 grape varieties are grown in the estate, which produces fine quality and multiply awarded wines.
Εγώ γεννήθηκα σε ένα χωριό της Μεσσηνίας, έγινα ναυτικός και είχα την τύχη να γυρίσω όλο τον κόσμο. Εγώ δεν τα βρήκα, ας πούμε, να πω ότι κάποια στιγμή έβαλα κάπου, βρήκα ένα μεγάλο χτύπημα, ξέρω και εγώ κλπ. Αγόρασα κομματάκι από 1.200 ιδιοκτήτες στα 10.000 τρέματα.
Ένα από τα μεγαλύτερα ελληνικά τουριστικά συγκροτήματα, το Κώστα Ναβαρίνο Μεσσηνίας, άνοιξε σήμερα τις πόρτες του για να υποδεχθεί Έλληνες και ξένους επισκέπτες. Οι τουριστικές εγκαταστάσεις απλώνονται σε μια έκταση 10.000 στρεμμάτων.
I think that we will all agree that both infrastructure and landscape are breathtaking regarding Costa Navarino as well as Porto Carras, an amazing sport played, Mr. Tzolis, in amazing places.
Amazing places. I was lucky enough to be in 2010 in Costa Navarino and create the first Hellenic Turkish golf tournament. From my point of view as a golf production company, what I want to say is that we see the numbers and the data, and honestly, Mr. David, this was one of the best speeches I've ever seen about golf the last 10 years in Greece, and I try to follow up with everything that's happening. It's very important to understand the numbers. Also the numbers that Mr. Panagiotis showed us from the golfers, over 14 million golfers in Europe. We have to understand as well the infrastructure, like you said, the golf courses. I think now with the 4 golf courses in Messenia, we have 11 in Greece. That's the same number with Cyprus, but in Cyprus we have 1 million people. And Sweden, like you mentioned, we have 654 golf courses, while in Scotland, with half of population, like 5 million, we have around 600 golf courses. So you understand how important it is to have the golf courses, and we hope very soon to have in Porto Carras, in Crete, in Rhodes, in Peloponnese, in Corfu, as many as we can golf courses. That will increase. We have to remember that a golf tourist spends double than a normal tourist, which is the most important thing. It's not only about golf tourism, it's about the economical impact that we have. I don't know if you want to add something, David, on this.
It is. I mean, it's a notorious fact that often gets overlooked, and is the fact that when you add on all the additional spends of a golfer, it suddenly increases to a very high number indeed. I mean, I always use that as a data average, and we're looking at, I don't have the Costa Navarino data, but in previous resorts it was in excess of 500 to 800 euros per day per guest, which is an incredible value.
800 per guest?
Per guest, per day.
Per day.
Per day.
Okay, the average spending of a visitor, of a visit in Peloponnese, according to SETE, is 400 euros. Of a visit, not per day.
Yeah.
So you can understand all the difference on this.
No, for sure. And I think what you look at really is how you develop other parts of it, and as you rightly mentioned, there's developing golfer, non-golfer experiences as well is really adding value, and that additional spend moves into other areas as well, be it on resort or off resort. So it's a critical point that you raised there, and data is fabulous, and I don't think that data is known everywhere, which is important that we get that into the market.
That's a very important thing that you said, and from my point of view, I would like to thank you for educating us, and you and Porto Carras, because we need to let people know about the future.
Exactly.
And golf tourism is the future in Greece, and I think it will help a lot our industry.
To close it up, why should anyone play golf?
Well,
could you please repeat?
Why someone can play, would like to play
Why
golf?
should anyone play golf? What golf gives?
Do you want me to go on that one?
players?
Yeah, go on.
So I think where we saw the true benefits of golf was when we came out of COVID, okay? So we all know that we were locked down, and then we were allowed a little bit of freedom, and golf exploded everywhere. And I think that brought a lot of new life to golfers. As you rightly mentioned, golf has been growing year on year, but there will be a spike in that, which is really, really impressive. That people started to enjoy the golf, enjoy the outdoors, enjoy the beautiful green spaces that we have, the sites. So it's not all about playing golf well, it's about the enjoyment of a sport. And I think the most impressive thing, and I was in Sweden when I first saw this, was that any age can play this sport. So when I was sat in a clubhouse in Sweden, I saw a family of children, parents and grandparents all teeing off to play sport together, which there aren't many sports that you can do that. Most of them are so reliant on being energetic and everything like that, whereas golf, you can hit every age category in your family, and that's very nice quality time that you don't get sometimes.
Mr. Ashington, Mr. Sabaziotis, Mr. Tzolis, thank you very much. I'm the exact opposite of an expert on golf, but I found this presentation. Very interesting, and I hope this goes for all of you. Thank you very much. See you
Pleasure.
next year.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome back to the Frontrunners in Sports Management 5.0, our first day here at the DIRI, the American College of Greece. And we are ready to move on to our next session, which is Why Invest in Sports? Together with us, we have some very significant personalities from sports. Online with us will be Mrs. Antigoni Drisbioti, a race walker, 2 times European champion, bronze medalist in World Championship, and of course, Mr. Pavlos Kagialis, who is here with us, the bronze medalist in sailing, also an Olympian in Tokyo, and Ioannis Orfanos, a national champion sailor for the group of Moto Dynamics, which is here with Mrs. Mayra Passia, Corporate Affairs Manager of Moto Dynamics Group of Companies, and Mr. Adam El-Malawani, who is a Marketing Specialist, Business Development Division of Sixt Greece. So, I will give now the speech to our moderator, Mr. Themistoklis Karvountzis, who is the Head of Sustainability at FIBA Asia. Thank you.
Hello from my end. Very happy to serve as the moderator in this session in Why Invest in Sports. So beyond the obvious answers of revenue boost or enhancing brand exposure or coming close to the community, I think this presentation from Moto Dynamics will dig deeper into the less obvious reasons. So we're really excited to have you all here. And Ms. Passia, would like to have you have a short introduction and tell us a few words on the Moto Dynamics CSR program, and especially to those which are directly related to sports and athletes.
Good evening. It's a great honor to be with you today. We are the official exclusive importers of Yamaha motor in Greece, Romania, and Bulgaria, of Porsche again Sixt in Greece. At the heart of everything we do, there are our core values, which are integrity, trust, respect, and excellence. Therefore, sponsoring Greek athletes is a strategic move that goes beyond the financial support, and we're very, very proud. So perhaps we can have a short video about Moto Dynamics.
So, Adam, from what I know, you will be doing the presentation. We're very happy to have you here and explain to us why Moto Dynamics invest in sports, in athletes, and why other corporations should also do so. Please, the stage is yours.
Hi, I am happy to be here. My name is Adam El-Malawani. Moto Dynamics, guided by innovation and technical expertise, we are committed to taking a leading role in the field of mobility, and we are very happy for this. We invest a lot in sports and to our athletes. We have 3 brands, Yamaha, Porsche, and Sixt. Yamaha is from 1969. Porsche from 2011 and Sixt 2018. Moto Dynamics Group profile has 3 pylons. Inspire greatness, bring communities together, movement transcends limits, and we have 4 core values: integrity, trust, respect, excellence. And we invest to CSR pillars: sports, education, and environment. We are expressing our pride and also Motodynamics through all of its brands proudly supports our athletes like Yannis and Pavlos and Antigoni and Manolo from a variety of sports based on the values they represent and demonstrate throughout their journey. We have proudly selected athletes whose ethos, passion, hard work, and persistence is what made them conquer their dreams. Trusting and supporting them before they reach the pinnacle of their careers is a rewarding experience, as it reflects a belief in the potential and a commitment to their growth. It is a testament to the enduring qualities that contribute to success, beyond the recognition of specific achievements. Maria Sakkari. Maria Sakkari, she's with us from 2016, and also has been she was the number 29 from 2018, and we constantly support her because values, faith, and passion are what drive us forward. We can see the video for Maria.
No, I don't have videos to Maria.
I'm sorry. And we have also Manolo. That is, we are very proud for him because we support the dreams of Emmanuel. There may be good and not so good moments, but we are together to this trip. And also, we can see the video here with Manolo.
Στον αγώνα είσαι μόνο εσύ και ο εαυτός σου. Η δύναμή μας είναι η αυτοπεποίθηση. Οι Ολυμπιακοί αγώνες μας δίνουν την ευκαιρία να ανταγωνιστούμε όχι τους άλλους, αλλά και τον εαυτό μας. Η προετοιμασία μου έχει ξεκινήσει από το Σεπτέμβριο πάρα πολύ σκληρά για την προετοιμασία μου για την Ολυμπιάδα και μαζί με τη στήριξη της ΣΥΚΣ και της Μοτοδυναμικής καταφέρουμε να κάνουμε τον δρόμο προς τους Ολυμπιακούς αγώνες ακόμα πιο εύκολο.
Thank you very much, and we can continue with Antigoni Drisbioti. Antigoni is Antigoni, yeah. We can see a video for Antigoni. Yeah, and we want to support people who has a lot of they want to succeed their goals. And we can see the video for Antigoni.
Σε όλη μου την καριέρα αυτό που με χαρακτηρίζει είναι η αφοσίωσή μου. Με τη Μοτοδυναμική συνδεόμαστε για τους ίδιους ακριβώς λόγους. Για την αφοσίωση που δείχνουμε σε αυτό που κάνουμε. Δεν γίνεται να κάνεις πρωταθλητισμό αν δεν αφοσιωθείς. Είναι το βασικότερο κομμάτι. Είναι η δυναμική που μας κινεί να ξεπεράσουμε τα όρια μας και να αφήσουμε το σημάδι μας στην ιστορία. Αυτό είναι που μας συνδέει με τη Μοτοδυναμική, η αφοσίωσή της στην κίνηση, η αφοσίωσή της σε όλο αυτό που κάνει.
Thank you. And we have also Pavlos Kargelis and Yannis Orfanos. In every challenging moment, we are there to provide everything with the goal of achieving success. Pavlos and Yannis are here with us, and we can see the video for them. I'm sorry.
Στον δρόμο για την κορυφή, η δύναμή μας είναι η επιμονή. Η
Η προσπάθεια να προχωρήσουμε ακόμη πιο μακριά αντιπροσωπεύει το πώς αντιμετωπίζουμε τις προκλήσεις της ζωής. Ο ακρογωνιαίος λίθος και η πιο σημαντική αξία στην ιστιοπλοεία, σε ένα τέτοιο σκάφος που συνεργαζόμαστε με τον Παύλο, είναι η ομαδικότητα. Και είναι αυτό που βρήκαμε κοινό με τη μοτοδυναμική. Η συνεργατικότητα είναι το κλειδί της επιτυχίας και αυτό βρήκαμε στη μοτοδυναμική. Κοινή αξία μας είναι η επιτυχία και να κοιτάμε μπροστά.
And we have a lot of athletes and a lot of people with us that we are very proud for them. We want to support them in every moment, and we want to be with them to their road to their success. Investing in sports a lot. We have here four pictures. The first is from Navarino Challenge, and the second is from Naval Club of Kalamata. Motodynamics Group supports the first disabled sailing team, and as we can see here, Motodynamics Group invest a lot to our athletes, but not only for athletes, but also to other people with disabling problems. As we can see here, the obvious reasons are 5. Strategic move going beyond an act of financial support. We and our athletes share the same vision and core values. We create a community of motodynamics, and we enhance of brand visibility and create meaningful connections. And also behind the obvious reasons, just like our athletes, we believe in the power of change. Discipline and passion is the driving force for athletes. By drawing strength from the hardest moment, challenges are transformed into opportunities. With clear goals in mind, they work relentlessly, facing pressure head-on and enhancing their mental strength. The journey isn't always smooth, but defeats are embracing as stepping stones to greater achievements. Learning is an ongoing process, and they are open to it. We have four brand benefits. We want to build credibility and trust. We want to influence consumer perception. We have social media grow with our athletes, but not only with athletes, but to our colleagues. And we enhance brand loyalty. And also, as you can see here, we want to return of investment of a sponsorship. We have long-term benefits, and we identify the main reasons for sponsorship athletes. And I want to say here that the athletes' performance and economy benefits, they are versus what the athletes really stand for values and vision. And also, as I can see here, there are how sponsorship affects company internal environment and the other colleagues. Sponsorship has an impact on internal values and employee morale, sense of pride resulting in a positive workplace culture, and employees also feel associated with the sponsored athletes. Here we can see Adigoni that often visits our offices, remind us that having goals is something magical. With goals, you make your everyday life even more beautiful. And we are very proud for Adigoni, and as we can see here, we have a conclusion for this presentation. There are multi-layer advantages for a corporation when investing in athletes and sports. Invest in athletes with who you share the same values and vision. Build community relations through partnerships. invest in longevity and long-lasting relationship, build trust and inspire. And I want to say here that Motodynamics has a motto, move, evolve and transform, that we are very proud for this and for our athletes. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Adam. I have a quick question for you, Adam and Mayra. During your speeches, you mentioned values, but you did not talk about athletic excellence. So that means something, and I'm sure that this means something not only personal to you, but also for Motodynamics. So you put the values of the athletes first, and then how they perform in their sports. So if you could give us your sense on that.
Exactly. That is because at Motodynamics we recognize that these connections that we have with our athletes are stories of shared values and mutual respect and commitment to excellence, but not only athletic excellence, but how you face your everyday life. So that is exactly, we share true friendship with all of our athletes. And this is what Adam also would like to mention. We try to have a community. So all of them are visiting us in our offices. We all have time for a chat with them and find out more about how their lives going on in the water with Pavlos and Yannis, or in the streets while in the track where Adigoni is right now.
And if I've done my homework correctly, most of your partnerships are long.
Exactly.
So they're not in the recent 1 or 2 years.
We are with Pavlos almost 10 years now. And with Maria, we are from 2070. With Adigoni and Emmanuel, they're the newcomers in our team, but still we have the same spirit with them and the same respect and love. So,
and even with these two athletes that it's relatively new, their biggest success came after your partnership.
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly.
So that means a lot. So I think it's now time to move on the athlete side and have like their opinion.
Please, because
I think this is
the floor should be for them, not
yes,
for us.
The most important thing is on athletes, I believe. This discussion will be held in Greek with Pavlos and Yannis. So, καλώς ήρθατε και πάλι, Παύλο και Γιάννη. Ως αθλητικό δίδυμο, είστε συγκριτικά λίγο χρόνο μαζί, από το 2022. Και νομίζω ότι αυτό, διορθώστε με αν κάνω λάθος, ξεκίνησε από ένα challenge που είχατε να αντιμετωπίσετε, όταν έγινε η κατάργηση διαχωρισμού φύλων στην κλάση 470. Οπότε εκεί είχατε να διαλέξετε το μεταξύ σταματάω ή βρίσκω έναν τρόπο να συνεχίσω. Είναι έτσι και πώς το διαχειριστήκατε αυτό εκείνη την περίοδο?
Το λόγο στο μικρότερο.
Εντάξει, για μας ήταν ένα ξεκίνημα από την αρχή. Από εκεί που βρίσκεσαι στα κορυφαία σκαλιά του κόσμου, καλείς αυτόματα να βρεθείς σε κατάταξη, να κοιτάς τον εαυτό σου ακριβώς το ανάποδο. Πάρα πολύ δύσκολο. Απλά γνώριζοντας τον Παύλο πάρα πολλά χρόνια, που υπήρξε για πολλά χρόνια το είδωλό μου, όπως έχω ξαναπεί, το πρότυπό μου και μετά από τόσα χρόνια ο συναλυτής μου. Ήξερα τη δύναμή του, ήξερα το πείσμα του, το όραμά του πάνω απ' όλα και πίστεψα σε αυτό το πράγμα και πάμε να το κάνουμε.
Που, αν καταλαβαίνω καλά, δεν ήταν και εύκολο κιόλας να πάρετε την απόφαση, γιατί είχατε το ίδιο ύψος, οπότε νομίζω ήσασταν σχεδόν στην ίδια θέση.
Είναι ακόμα χειρότερο, ακόμα πιο δύσκολο, γιατί κάναμε ακριβώς το 470, την προηγούμενη μας κατηγορία, κάναμε ακριβώς την ίδια θέση. Οπότε κλήθηκε ο Παύλος να πιάσει το τιμόνι, που ήταν κάτι πραγματικά πρωτόγνωρο, δεν ξέρω.
Δεν ήταν καθόλου εύκολο, ήταν μια αρχή για εμάς, μετά από πάρα πολλά χρόνια και πάρα πολλές επιτυχίες. Αλλάζοντας μια κατηγορία είναι σαν να ξεκινάς από το μηδέν και αλλάζοντας και συναθλητή το κάνει ακόμη πιο δύσκολο. Με τον Γιάννη γνωριζόμασταν, ήμασταν αντίπαλοι στην κατηγορία. Πίστευε ο ένας πάρα πολύ στον άλλον και είπαμε να δοκιμάσουμε να κάνουμε κάτι καινούριο για τα ελληνικά δεδομένα 2 πληρώματα από μια κατηγορία 4,70 να ξεκινήσουν από το 0 σε μια κατηγορία που είναι τα 49er, που είναι η Φόρμουλα 1 των Ολυμπιακών Αγώνων. Είναι ένα σκάφος πολύ extreme, πάρα πολύ απαιτητικό, θέλει άρτια φυσική κατάσταση και το είδαμε ως challenge φοβερό να συνεργαστούμε και να παλέψουμε από το 0 και να δούμε πού μπορούμε να φτάσουμε.
Μπράβο σας και στους δύο και συγχαρητήρια πραγματικά. Στο βίντεο που παρακολουθήσαμε πριν από λίγο, αναφερθήκατε και ιδίως σε 3 βασικές έννοιες. Επιμονή, συνεργατικότητα και ομαδικότητα. Που είναι αξίες οι οποίες αντιπροσωπεύουν και τη Moto Dynamics ως group. Πόσο εύκολο είναι να ταιριάξει η φιλοσοφία ενός αθλητή και εν προκειμένου η δική σας με τη φιλοσοφία ενός συνεργάτη παύλα χορηγού?
Εντάξει, αυτό που είναι αξίες που αφορά σε κάθε ομάδα είναι βασικά στοιχεία που στοχεύουν στη νίκη. Εμείς εκφύσεως στο αθλήματός μας στοχεύουμε στη νίκη. Το ίδιο είναι και εταιρείες όπως είναι η Μοτοδυναμική. Οπότε μόνο και μόνο από αυτά τα δύο, όταν έχεις κοινούς στόχους, ας πούμε, τη νίκη, μπορείς να έχεις πάρα πολλά κοινά στοιχεία. Και είναι αυτό που είδανε και πραγματικά μας στήριξανε και μπορέσαμε και δέσαμε.
Πρέπει να πούμε ότι η σχέση μας με τη Μοτοδυναμική δεν είναι χορηγική πια καθαρά. Κοιτάμε το οικονομικό όφελος, δίνω, παίρνω και τα σχετικά. Είναι μια σχέση, πλέον είναι η οικογένειά μας. Είμαστε μαζί από το 2014, πριν γίνει Ολυμπιονίκης, και το Ολυμπιακό μετάλλιο ήρθε το 2016. Οπότε τη Μοτοδυναμική πραγματικά την έχω μέσα στην καρδιά μου, γιατί είναι ουσιαστικά οι άνθρωποι και η εταιρεία που πήγαμε μαζί προς τη νίκη. Περάσαμε πολύ δύσκολες στιγμές, αλλά και πολύ ευχάριστες, πολύ μεγάλες επιτυχίες και πολύ μεγάλες αποτυχίες. Αλλά αυτά είναι που έναν αθλητή τον πηγαίνουν στο επόμενο βήμα και μέσα από τις ήττες γινόμαστε καλύτεροι. Με τη Μοτοδυναμική έχουμε κοινές αξίες. Η επιμονή μας, να μην τα παρατάμε, η συνεργατικότητα και η ομαδικότητα που εμάς μας χαρακτηρίζει σαν αθλητικό δίδυμο, γιατί χωρίς τον Γιάννη και ο Γιάννης χωρίς τον Παύλο, το σκάφος ούτε από το λιμάνι δεν μπορεί να βγει. Οπότε έχουμε μάθει να συνεργαζόμαστε, το οποίο κάνουμε φυσικά και με τη Μοτοδυναμική, και πραγματικά είναι μια συνεργασία η οποία κρατάει πάρα πολλά χρόνια και είμαι σίγουρος ότι θα κρατήσει άλλα τόσα.
Αναφέρθηκε στον όρο οικογένεια, που εντάξει, καλώς κακώς τον ακούμε πολύ συχνά στον αθλητισμό. Παρ' όλα αυτά, είναι από τις ελάχιστες περιπτώσεις όπου τόσα χρόνια πράγματι σε κάνουν οικογένεια με το συνεργάτη σου. Και το συναντάς και πολύ συχνά.
Ακριβώς.
Θέλω να μας πεις πώς ξεκίνησε και πώς έχει διαμορφωθεί αυτή η συνεργασία όλα αυτά τα χρόνια.
Με τον συναθλητή μας ή με τον προπονητή μας ξεκινάμε κάποια στιγμή μια συνεργασία και ξεκινάμε να δουλεύουμε. Αυτή η σχέση περνάει από πάρα πολλά κύματα και αρχίζει και δένεσαι και γίνεσαι ένα. Ακριβώς το ίδιο γίνεται, δεν γίνεται μάλλον συχνά, και με τη Μοτοδυναμική έχει γίνει, με τον χορηγό μας. Γιατί ξεκινήσαμε, γνωριστήκαμε, ωραία, πάμε χορηγία, πάμε να φέρουμε επιτυχίες, προχωράμε μπροστά, αλλά αυτή η σχέση τελικά εξελίχθηκε σε οικογενειακή, όπως ακριβώς εξελίχθηκε και η σχέση με τον συναθλητή σου ή με τον προπονητή σου. Και στον αθλητισμό πιστέψαμε ότι σίγουρα το οικονομικό είναι πολύ μεγάλο βασικό στοιχείο, αλλά ξεχνάμε κάτι, ότι η ψυχολογική στήριξη που μπορεί να σου προσφέρει ο προπονητής ή ο συναθλητής σου, μπορεί να στο προσφέρει και μια εταιρεία και οι άνθρωποι της εταιρείας, που είναι πάρα πολύ βασικό στοιχείο και το ξεχνάμε συνέχεια, γιατί οι αθλητές, ειδικά στα αεραστεχνικά αθλήματα, χρειάζονται φοβερή ψυχολογική υποστήριξη. Και όσους περισσότερους ανθρώπους έχεις δίπλα σου και περιβάλλεσαι, τόσο πιο καλά είσαι και μπορείς να συνεχίσεις.
Ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ για τους δύο. Και νομίζω ήρθε η ώρα να καλωσορίσουμε την Αντιγόνη Τρισμπιώτη. Αντιγόνη, καλησπέρα.
Καλησπέρα για μένα.
Είναι στην Αυστραλία αυτή τη στιγμή, οπότε ελπίζω μην έχουμε προβλήματα. Ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ που είσαι σήμερα μαζί μας.
Είναι χαρά μου μεγάλη να βρίσκομαι εδώ.
Θα ξεκινήσω με μια ερώτηση που έκανα και πριν στα παιδιά. Αντίστοιχα, είδαμε ένα βίντεο για σένα προηγουμένως, όπου αναφέρθηκε στη λέξη αφοσίωση ως ένα αναπόσπαστο κομμάτι της καριέρας σου. Και όπως είπες, είναι κάτι το οποίο σε ενώνει και με τη μοτοδυναμική. Η εκάστοτε χορηγία είναι ομολογουμένως πολύ σημαντική για οποιαδήποτε αθλήτρια και για οποιαδήποτε αθλητή. Παρ' όλα αυτά, η διάρκεια και η αφοσίωση είναι τα δύο στοιχεία που κάνουν μια συνεργασία τέτοια επιτυχημένη. Θα ήθελα λίγο τη γνώμη σου από αυτού.
Η διάρκεια της μοτοδυναμικής είναι γνωστή. Όλοι ξέρουμε τα χρόνια στον χώρο που βρίσκονται. Όπως και η δική μου διάρκεια είναι αρκετά μεγάλη. Κάνω αθλητισμό από πάρα πολύ μικρή. Πλέον πρωταθλητισμό από το 2012, είναι σε όλες τις μεγάλες διοργανώσεις. Και απέκτησα τον πρώτο μου χορηγό το 2021. Το 2021, πριν από έναν πολύ μεγάλο μου αγώνα, ένα ευρωπαϊκό πρωτάθλημα, στο οποίο και κέρδισα. Τη συνέντευξη λοιπόν την πέρασα μια μέρα πριν φύγω για το πρωτάθλημα και μου είπαν ότι θα είμαι στην οικογένεια της μοτοδυναμικής.
Το λες και καλό ιονό πάντως.
Είναι. Για μένα είναι το γούρι μου. Οπότε αυτό που θέλω να πω με αυτό είναι ότι την ευκαιρία που σου δίνει ένας χορηγός να σου πει ναι, είσαι στην οικογένειά μας δίνει την όθηση να προσπαθήσουμε λίγο ακόμη παραπάνω για το λόγο ότι κάποιος μας πίστεψε. Πίστεψε σε αυτό που κάνουμε, που δουλεύουμε σκληρά, που έχουμε αφοσιωθεί σε όλη μας τη ζωή για να το κάνουμε αυτό. Και παρόλη την ηλικία μου, που για κάποιους μπορεί μέχρι τότε να ήμουν μεγάλη, γιατί όντως ήμουν μεγάλη για κάποιους, είδανε στα μάτια μου, η αγαπημένη Μάιρα που βρίσκεται εκεί, φαντάζομαι ότι κατάλαβε από την πρώτη στιγμή που με είδε ότι κάτι υπάρχει μέσα σε όλο αυτό. Βρισκόμουν λοιπόν τόσα χρόνια στον χώρο και τόσα χρόνια στις μεγάλες διοργανώσεις. Νομίζω ότι ήρθε η στιγμή, μετά την βοήθεια της μοτοδυναμικής, να μου δείξει την πίστη σε μένα, να ανταποδώσω με ένα χρυσό μετάλλιο στο Ευρωπαϊκό Πρωτάθλημα. Και μετά ήρθε και η συνέχεια με τα υπόλοιπα μετάλλια που άρχισαν να πιστεύουν κι άλλοι σιγά-σιγά και να πιστεύουν ότι η αφοσίωση είναι αυτή που σε κάνει να δεικνύει σε κάποια στιγμή στη ζωή σου. Είναι αυτό που λένε ότι αν δουλέψεις σκληρά θα έρθει η επιτυχία. Ότι όταν βρίσκεσαι κοντά στους κορυφαίους, κάποια στιγμή θα γίνεις ο κορυφαίος. Είμαι αυτής της άποψης. Δουλεύω πάρα πολύ σκληρά. Αυτή τη στιγμή βρίσκομαι στην άλλη άκρη του κόσμου. Έχω έρθει εδώ για προετοιμασία. Με πάρα πολλές δυσκολίες. Ο λόγος που έχω έρθει εδώ, έχω ερωτηθεί πάρα πολλές φορές, είναι γιατί είναι ο προπονητής μου Αυστραλός πλέον. Και για όσους δεν γνωρίζουν, κάτι που δεν έχω μοιραστεί δημόσια, είναι ότι ο προηγούμενος προπονητής μου με έδιωξε. Οπότε θα έπρεπε να έχω πίστη σε μένα για να μπορώ να συνεχίσω να βρίσκομαι αυτή τη στιγμή στο δρόμο για το Παρίσι. Φεύγοντας από την Ελλάδα πέρσι, την ίδια περίπου περίοδο, χωρίς να έχω προπονητή, μόνη μου, τόσο μακρινό μέρος, χωρίς να γνωρίζω σχεδόν κανέναν πέρα από κάποιους συναθλητές, έχοντας πίσω μου ανθρώπους που πραγματικά με πίστευαν. Και επέστρεψα στην Ελλάδα με ένα πανελλήνιο ρεκόρ, που κρατούσε 20 χρόνια. Για μένα είναι αυτή η χαρά και η ευχαρίστηση που μπορώ να δίνω στους ανθρώπους που μου δίνουν το δρόμο ότι μπορώ να πετύχω. Και όχι να πιστεύουν ότι ήμουν μέχρι εκεί και μετά δεν μπορώ να συνεχίσω. Και είμαι από τους ανθρώπους που πιστεύω ότι το δρόμο μας τον φτιάχνουμε εμείς. Κανείς δεν μπορεί να μας τον κόψει. Οπότε, γι' αυτό και συνέχισα. Ήρθα στην Αυστραλία για δεύτερη χρονιά, πλέον με νέο προπονητή, είναι Αυστραλός. Και είμαι πάρα πολύ χαρούμενη που βρίσκομαι εδώ και φυσικά ανήκω στην οικογένεια της μοτοδυναμικής. Όπου με στηρίζει οπουδήποτε κι αν είμαι. Ακόμη και εδώ, ο όρος οικογένεια που άκουσα πριν που είπαν τα παιδιά, είναι πραγματικά μια μεγάλη αλήθεια, γιατί δεν είναι επαγγελματικός, ας πούμε, ο ρόλος μόνο, η σύνδεσή μας είναι ανθρώπινος. Πραγματικά, ο Άνταμ θα μας στείλει μήνυμα, τι κάνετε παιδιά, πώς είναι η μέρα σας, Αντιγόνη μου, πώς περνάς. Είναι η καθημερινότητά μας και είναι πολύ όμορφο.
Είναι πάρα πολύ σημαντικό αυτό και είναι... ξέρουμε όλοι ότι ο πρωταθλητισμός θέλει θυσίες. Παρ' όλα αυτά είναι διαφορετικό να το λέμε και διαφορετικό να το ζείτε εσείς οι αθλητές. Έχει πολύ μεγάλη διαφορά. Μου έκανες μια πάσα. Κάποιοι λένε ότι οι πολλές επιτυχίες φέρνουν και περισσότερες ευκαιρίες για χορηγικές συνεργασίες. Παρ' όλα αυτά, οι επιτυχίες είναι συνήθως η κορυφή του παγόβουνου. Και κάτω από το παγόβουνο είναι αποτυχίες, σκληρή δουλειά, ψυχολογικές μεταπτώσεις, προσπάθεια διατήρησης της ισορροπίας μεταξύ οικογένειας και αθλητισμού. Και τις περισσότερες φορές, σε αυτή την περίοδο πριν τις επιτυχίες, η στήριξη από χορηγούς και συνεργάτες είναι μικρή έως μηδαμινή. Και επειδή βρίσκομαι κι εγώ στον χώρο αρκετό καιρό, γνωρίζω πως οι αθλητές αυτό που έχουν ανάγκη είναι ένα συνεργάτη πριν τις μεγάλες επιτυχίες. Όπως μας είπες, ήσουν και εσύ τυχερή που η συνεργασία σου με τη μοτοδυναμική ξεκίνησε λίγο πριν τις μεγάλες επιτυχίες. Μια μέρα πριν, ας το πούμε.
Οπότε ήταν πολύ μεγάλο κίνητρο για μένα.
Ναι, και είναι σημαντικό λοιπόν να ακούσουμε και από σένα ποια είναι τα ωφέλη για έναν αθλητή να λαμβάνει προσφορές ή να έχει κάποια συνεργασία όχι με βάση την αθλητική του πορεία, στα γήπεδα, στα ταρτάν, στη θάλασσα, αλλά τις αξίες που πρεσβεύει αυτός ο άνθρωπος, ο αθλητής.
Ναι. Εγώ να σας πω ότι κάνω πρωταθλητισμό από το 12 και ο πρώτος μου χορηγός ήρθε το 21. Αυτό δεν σημαίνει ότι εγώ δεν προσπάθησα να βρω χορηγούς για να κάνω το ταξίδι μου πιο εύκολο, την καθημερινότητά μου πιο απλή και όχι τόσο πολύπλοκη ώστε να πρέπει να δουλεύω στην επιχείρηση για να μπορώ να έχω αυτά που πρέπει να έχω για να μπορώ να πηγαίνω στις προετοιμασίες μου, τα απαραίτητα. Είχα στείλει πάρα πολλά βιογραφικά σε πάρα πολλές εταιρείες και δεν απαντήθηκαν ποτέ. Ίσως το αγώνισμά μου είναι τέτοιο, ήταν η ηλικία μου, δεν είναι η δημοφιλία, ας πούμε, του αγωνίσματος. Κανείς δεν πίστευε στο ότι μπορώ να πετύχω. Δεν με πειράζει αυτό. Αυτό που με πειράζει είναι ότι δεν δίνει τις ευκαιρίες στους νέους αθλητές